AskGunQuestions.com is a website that we built back in 2007, and since then, for the last 15 years, people have been able to ask questions of simple to advanced nature, and we attempt to answer them in different ways over the years. Join us now as we start a new series to answer gun questions.
And welcome, everybody. We go live on Saturdays. We answer your questions. Got Tony joining us from New Jersey. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, guys?
And let's see, I'm opening up for today. I was actually thinking I would open up the database and see if we've actually got some questions coming into the website or not. We usually neglect this. But yeah, it seems like this week zipped by for me. I don't know about you, for you. It's like, wow, it's already Saturday already.
Yeah, it was a lot going on this week at work. And time went by fast. I actually volunteered for what they call, what do you call that? The wellness committee, which is kind of like morale. So you do things to help raise morale at workplace. And one of the things we did was a pumpkin painting or jack-o'-lantern contest. And we combined it with an ice cream social. So I scooped ice cream for friggin' 8 hours, which is crazy because we started at 5 o'clock in the morning so third shift guys can get out of work and have ice cream if they wanted to at the end of their shift. Everybody looked at us like we were insane. They're like, bro, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I don't care. I want to go home. And then first shift was coming on at like 6:30. They were like, 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to work. But we handed out ice cream and scoops. It was pretty cool. It was fun. I posted the pumpkins up on my Instagram if you want to go check them out and vote, because it's just something cool. And the level of skill that my coworkers have is pretty impressive, because I have my pumpkin and it's sitting over here with nothing done to it. Time slipped up on me, and I looked at what people brought, and I was like, even in my imagination, I came in last place. Like, the best thing I could imagine would have still been in last place on that table. So it was pretty impressive.
I saw the pictures. I figured I didn't know what it was, actually. I didn't read it. I saw the pictures, and I figured it was something from your work or something, but yeah, that's pretty interesting. So I don't know that. I think I'd take ice cream pretty much anytime, especially just like a scoop of free ice cream.
And we were doing more than a scoop. We were scooping like we were trying to give it away, like there was bonuses for how much we could give away. Every cup had like 2.5 scoops in it. What do you call it? And it was pretty cool. I tasted some. I wanted to tell you I had a spoon of each, and then I had 2 scoops, but that was all I had all day. But it was still kind of cool. Like, I literally did.
Drinking coffee and dumping it in there. Scoop of ice cream and coffee is pretty good.
That's what I told someone. I'm like, get some of that vanilla and scoop some in there, man. Have something awesome. But hey, listen, people had fun. I had fun. I liked doing it. It was my very first time volunteering, mainly because I complained about what they were doing before. Like some of the things they did. Hey, here's a bracelet with the name of the workplace on it. Why do I give a damn about that? Hey, here's a stress ball. Give me money. So after saying that a few times, I realized, why don't I just join up, and at least I can try to shoot these ideas as they came up. I'm like, instead of giving me some garbage, how's this? Give me a pen, because you're going to give stuff away, right? They somehow feel the need to do that. Give me a good pen, not a cheap pen, not a really expensive pen, but a decent enough pen that writes well. Just buy them in bulk, hand them out, and you can put the name of the business on the side if you want to. Done. There you go. There's something worthwhile, and you'll probably see them for a while. You know what I mean? Instead of in the trash can. They gave ducks away once, little squeezy, squirty ducks that people put in Jeeps.
Yeah. Those are the kind of things that like a merch company sells, and then somebody feels, like you say, like obligated to buy something, or they have a budget to buy something, and it's something that is not going to be objected to necessarily. So that's why you end up seeing lanyards and stress balls. The ducks I could see somebody complaining about, but I guess nobody complained about them. But yeah, it's one of those things. I hear you. Like I get it if you really have esprit de corps. Like if you work for a cool company, then like when I was working at AOL, we used to dig that stuff because, well, AOL was a little bit different, but they were all about merch and stuff, and then those discs and stuff, if you remember back then. But kind of like Marlboro or something, I suppose. It was neat for us in the company because while there was like a culture of the merch in just public, the stuff that we could get in the company was like extra. Like you couldn't get that stuff unless you worked there. So we really dug that stuff. But unless you have that kind of culture or create that kind of culture, are lucky enough to be in that kind of industry that has that kind of culture already or something, that's hard to bank, I guess, is what I'm saying. Or you can't just assume people give a shit, like you're saying, like some lawyer, like I just can't see it. Now, on the other hand, if you're getting paid well, everybody's super happy with their jobs, I could see, handing out t-shirts or something, and then people are going to wear them around and just, be happy to be working there. But yeah, I think something like a stress ball, I don't know. Would those start? I remember when those kind of first started, it was when we were young, right? And that must have been some kind of psychiatrist or somebody said, hey, what'll make everybody less tense is if you give them a way to squeeze on this ball instead of arguing with each other. And I would say, if the billion balls made, there's probably a couple hundred people that actually used them for that. Like, this just seems like such a waste of foam and time and everything. And it is sort of an insult for people that don't, aren't angry all the time or whatever, or don't, need thing to fiddle with. Like, it just seems like such a waste. And on the other hand, what does it cost? $34 at the most, if they got ripped off, but probably more like 60 cents if they were frugal about it. And then what are you going to do? Hand every employee 60 cents? So I like the idea of food. I go back to that. We got fed quite a bit, different jobs I've had. And as much as people complain about it or make fun of it or whatever, bang for the buck, like, you're that money is gone. Like, the company is using that money to make their employees happy. And you're going to, it's a temporary thing, I guess is what I'm saying. You're only going to get so much mileage from it. But in my opinion, you get more mileage from a pizza than you do from any kind of knickknack.
Yeah. I mean, I hate the pizza thing. It's like, man, I live in Jersey. I can get pizza anywhere. I can go into Home Depot and buy pizza. That's how prevalent pizza is as a culture here. I'm like, but the ice cream thing was cool. They came through and they did breakfast sandwiches one day. That was cool.
I've
They
seen a
actually put,
guy when I was watching food Instagram for a while. Like, I got really into watching different food stuff. It feeds you stuff that you're interested in. So I was seeing this guy, a couple of people, I'm in mind now, but the one guy, it was like hot dogs, like something I'd never eat, but it was like hot dogs with a bunch of goop on them, and and it was like hot goop, like chili and onions and stuff that, we had to have like a grill. So he'd be sitting there with like one of them, they call Blackstones or something, like what people make breakfast on though. But he would have that thing. He'd set up at, like, you could tell it was like at a company at their lunch hour, like in the parking lot type of thing. And he'd be set up as like a station. And I'm assuming because, unless they're dumb, they're not going to have just a hot dog guy there. But so they probably had other options. But like, as like a station in the parking lot, you would walk up, you could tell from like over the shoulder camera that he had, you could tell people were walking up and like kind of waiting in line and going, one or two. And then he'd ask them what all they wanted on it. I don't know if you've seen this guy, and it's just interesting to watch like, people come up and order or whatever. I don't know why. It's food Instagram, but that kind of thing, like where it's kind of one-off, I'd call it, like unique. It's not just some guy boiling hot dogs. This guy, I think they were hot dogs. Maybe they were some other kind of sausage. I don't really care, but they were like on the grill there, and he would pick one off, put it on the bread, and then like I say, people would load it up with whatever goop that he had on there, like chili and onions and I think sauerkraut and some other stuff. I forget what kind of stuff he was putting on it. But anyway, I could see that kind of stuff being one of those things where, you think about it, you talk about it after a while, like, hey, you remember the hot dog guy that year? Or remember, whatever in August when the hot dog guy shows up? Like, I could see that being something that employees dig. We used to always just get pizza all the time, but even pizza was easy enough to, you didn't have to buy lunch that day. And, you buy enough kind of pizza, you're going to get something you can enjoy. Well, at least, substitute for lunch.
Yeah, I mean, I find nothing wrong with it. But some people are gonna complain no matter what. And instead of doing, and I
Oh yeah.
was that guy. I was that guy, and then I was like, hey, wait a minute. Okay, I can get in on this. Now, it doesn't mean they're gonna listen to me, but it does mean I can say something at least on the ground floor, and then decide whether I want to volunteer to help out with it or not. But it was fun. I was glad I was able to do it. It was my very first time. And then my wife started goofing on me because she's my wife. She was like, hey, how many other guys are there? I was like, what? How many other guys were there? I'm like, I was the only one until like at the end of the day. She's like, yeah, that's what I thought. My husband is now doing home ec. I'm like, shut up.
Is this like a I don't know, call it like a club, but like an extracurricular to the job or something? Or is this
Yeah,
okay? It's not like you
yeah,
get paid
yeah.
for it or anything. You just get you get
Mm-mm.
to be paid while you're there, type of thing, but not
Yeah,
additional pay. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I have no problem with that. Listen, they don't owe me anything. I just looked at it as if you're gonna complain about something, try to change it to be a part of it,
No,
or
I
just
dig it when
complain.
places put some effort into letting the employees think about stuff like that, or, effort and stuff like that, because otherwise it's real. What's the word? It gets real industrial or whatever the word is. Clinical.
Yep,
Well, I
that's
can
really what
imagine
it does.
there too.
What was that?
Well, I can only imagine there too. They want to keep people
Hmm.
uh, from getting too routine or too. They want to keep
Well,
them jumping.
look, they're working people to death. All right. And a lot of people don't know I work for Department of Corrections, and I'm not saying anything other than after the whole defund the police movement really hit all police forces hard, and corrections is not even that. But they started having issues with recruiting. It became way more difficult, and so now people are just working mandatory overtime daily. Like you go to work, you don't know what time you're getting off. So that
Oh,
kind
so
of
this
thing.
isn't necessarily like, hey, we got a little extra, or we're like thinking ahead and we just care about our employees. This is more like we're really burning them at both ends. We need to do everything we can to keep them from burning out.
I think it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. For the people that are in charge, they were like, "Look, we can have this budget to do something. Let's do that." And I was like, "That's cool. Now let's make sure the things we do are at least fun." And I like the food thing because everybody can kind of get behind it. Some people didn't. I'm not eating that. That's bull crap. They should care about fill in
Yeah.
the blank about what they want to complain about. And one guy who, of course, we can talk to each other. I was like, shut up and quit being a bitch. Like, dude, it's like this has nothing to do with that. Do you want the free stuff or not? Because what you're saying has nothing to do with what's over here. Do you want the ice cream? No? Okay, cool. Do you want to check out the pumpkins? No, you don't want to look at it all. Just want to kick dirt on everything. All right, keep it moving. You can be angry. I get it. You're tired. But some of these guys are making a killing, but then it's more proof that you can work people hard enough that they don't care about the money after a while.
Oh, for sure. Like literally everything I've ever done that starts making money or people start making money at, like what do they say? Like your lifestyle grows or changes to fit your income.
Income.
So,
Hmm.
yeah, whatever your goal was, once you achieve it, you get a new goal and you start looking at your current goal, like either um, take it for granted, like, well, I'm supposed to be here, or it starts looking a lot less grass is greener. It starts looking browner where you're at and greener on the other side again, which is probably good. Like that's probably the drive that keeps us moving around instead of being like plants or something.
Yeah. So I totally agree. But I was like,
Patriot.
I'll try this. They have what else do they have? They have a chili cook-off coming up, which is going to be cool. And so people are going to bring different dishes in. I think They may or may not do a Friendsgiving, which again would be something cool. Friends and a bake off. Yeah, those are the other thing. The bake off. So I'm going to participate in the bake off. I'm going to be a judge in the chili cook off, and let's just try to have fun at work a little bit. I mean, if we talk about what I'd rather have, yeah, let's have free ammo day. Let's do something fun. Yay! Come
Well,
tell me
even
your
when they chop up gift cards to everybody, by the time you take whatever the budget was for a pizza party, ice cream party, or something like that,
yeah,
it gets back down to $1 or $2 a piece. So
yeah,
anything
it's
decent,
ridiculous.
you're only getting a bullet or two. You're not getting a box of ammo even.
Oh yeah, 100%. So, well, my question is, what happened to all the 40? Because we switched from 40 to 9mm.
That
I'm
would be a
like,
nice bonus. Like instead of destroying this or selling it or throwing it away, which is usually one of the options. If they usually don't even sell it, they give it away. Like they just put it in a pile to be auctioned and they never see the money, or they destroy it and they pay for that usually. Sometimes they give it to other departments. I don't know how the prisons work specifically, but just in general, the government usually once they own something, they could care less about it. They don't see much value in it. They'll surplus it. And I don't know what those surplus funds do, but since the surplus funds are like basically a joke, thousands of dollars of equipment sells for $1 or $2, a lot, often really, the surplus funds can't be dependent on, I'm sure, for anything. They probably just pay for the salvage itself or the surplus itself, really. But that being said, Patriots talking about, he's out there. Good to see the Patriots got a channel. Looks like a new channel. This channel got ripped down not too long ago. Lots and lots of channels are going down right now.
oh yeah.
But he says years ago, I talked to a guy that worked for a nonprofit that donated cigars to deployed military. Can't remember the name though. I never knew anybody deployed, like, because when we were in, the only place to be deployed would have been like South America. But back in them days, you didn't just, it wasn't like care packages like when people are actually out in wars or whatever. You didn't, there was like customs and all kinds of shit. Like you couldn't just send people cigars, I don't think, back in the day, or cigarettes and things like that. You could send them money and they could buy that kind of stuff where they were at if they could. But that does sound pretty cool. Back in the olden days, Nam even, right? They had cigarettes in the MREs, I think. In World War II they did.
Is it Cigars for Warriors? Here we go. Yep. Cigars for Warriors. I actually met them at the New Jersey Cigar Festival a couple of years ago, and one of the guy that was there for them was actually a DOC employee to another prison. I went over to donate to him and to buy one of their whatever it was, and it was like, hey, what do you do? What do you do? Oh snap! We work down the street from each other at a different prison. So yeah, Cigars for Warriors is one of the things. At least I don't know that particular one, but yeah, it was really cool. I bought stuff from them actually at the last cigar festival this year.
It'd be cool. Like there's some things. I know the shoe one, I think, started it, or at least was the big one. Like buy a pair of shoes, they donate a pair of shoes or something like that. Buy a cigar, buy a box of cigars. Then a box of cigars get sent, type of thing.
And I mean, really, when I was in and I was overseas, even though it was, I was out during the Gulf War, but I was deployed in Japan. Excuse me, I was stationed in Japan. There's a difference between being deployed and being stationed. I was stationed in Japan, but getting stuff from stateside to, I guess, help remind you that people didn't forget you, it's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, for sure. Just because you're working so hard. You didn't have to be deployed. Just doing something. From my experience, at least, just doing something and having mail was nice because you're just in the grind. Not even in war or nothing, just doing shit every day, and it's kind of thankless because you're doing stupid shit. But but it has to be done or whatever. It's just work. But because you're doing it alone or not deployment, but without a family around.
Yep. It's like,
I
yeah,
mean,
I'm doing this. It's Christmas holiday. You know what I mean? It's like I'm over here at that time. Now, I loved my job in the Corps. I really did, and I love the fact that I was in Japan. But every now and again, and it was great. Sometimes when I got down because you're sitting there and I'm watching the sun come up, and I'm a day ahead of my family. You know what I mean? I think it was like 16, 18 hours. I forgot what it was, the time frame. And I'm like, it's Christmas. Tomorrow will be Christmas for them. And here I am sitting on this seawall in Japan, missing it. My mom's birthday is day after, the next day. Because I think that's what it was. It was Christmas and then my mom's birthday was the next day. And it's like I'm here. I'll go make a phone call real quick. Hello, mom, over with the free Mars system because that's how we had to do it. I
yeah,
think
because back then long distance cost money.
yeah, and long distance from Japan costs money. So we were able to do it through the thing. Hey, mom, Merry Christmas. Over. Yeah. Hey, man, that was a long time ago, but it was really cool when these school kids wrote a letter. Hey, American soldier. Words are spelled wrong, or at least they might have been spelled right. But I was a Marine. I'm not that smart. So it was just, I think I still had one. If I can go through my stuff that I packed up, I thought it was important enough to keep. A kid's probably like 50 years old now. Well, actually, kid's probably in his 40s now or her
Yeah, I was gonna
40s.
say probably about 10 years, 20 years younger, maybe 20, 10. Yeah.
Yeah, 30, man. I got out in the 90s. Scary.
Every once in a while, I think about my first friends that had kids, like how old those people must be by now, because they probably have
Hmm.
kids, like, because my friends would be grandparents at this point. So,
Yeah, let's not talk about that because man, is it depressing? Because it doesn't. I don't feel like a grandparent except some mornings when I wake up and my knees are popping. Um, Yo, you see the first question we had coming in about the scar?
no, so I wasn't sure about that. So, why does the scar abandon us? What is that all about? Remind me
FN
now.
is FN actually officially announced they're stopping the sales of everything but the Scar pistol.
Weird.
Done. Scar 16, Scar 17. Um, I think, and they still going to sell the Scar 20, but that's it. It's only that little Scar pistol that fires 5.56, and the freaking big one. And I'm like, no, the gun community kills me with this because one, everybody saw the Scar is just overpriced. The Scar 17 is just a expensive as flex because there were other 7.62 by 51 semi-automatic rifles that you could have that didn't cost as much as the Scar. And then it took the Scar forever to have the non-reciprocating charging handle on the side because that was one of the bigger complaints. Another thing is the UGA boot on the end was always ugly, and they changed that out immediately. Then they would complain about all the different colors of FDE. They did nothing but complain about the Scar and not buy the Scar. And now that it's gone, oh man, the Scar is gone. Stop it. And the Scar 16, no one, including special forces, could figure out even why to have it over M16. It's like it's not good enough to be worth the price of replacement. And I've only ran one for a magazine or two to check it out when I was taking a Costa class. I was taking a rifle class, a carbine class, and I was using my AR. Actually, I was using a Modern Material AR. Modern Materials, an AR company out of Jersey. Actually, the only one. And I was running their gun, and one of the guys there had a Scar 16, and I ran that just again for a couple of mags. And I'm looking at it going, for twice the price, I'm not getting twice the gun. So why would I want this thing? And hey, if you want one, buy one. And if you always wanted one, get one. But understand that they're going to appreciate now. So listen, you and I, and anybody with a brain tells you don't really buy guns thinking they'll appreciate. The scar will. The scar will, because that's what happened with that other one. What was the one that looked like a fish? That FN made, the bullpup, the FNS 2000.
Hmm.
That thing's pretty much doubled in price at this point. So stuff like that, cool. Because no one's making another Scar. When FN decided they were going to stop making the high power, well, two other companies were already making high power clones. Springfield Armory and Gerson were selling high power clones left and right. And now SDS, the same people from TSOS, I think they're doing a friggin' high power clone too. So not as much of a market out there. So if you
I
want to
thought
buy
there
one of
was a
the,
Scar clone. There's not.
no, there's not.
Something?
No, there's other guns that look like it.
Oh, maybe that's
Uh,
what it is.
mhm.
To me, the Scar, like, I don't have anything all that different to say about it. It was too much cowling. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't need a gun to be extra big. Not that I love skeletonized guns, but I guess the AR has, being around the AR and the AK for so long, like, they're basically chassis with a little bit of, would you call that? Like, something to hold on to, so that
Mhm.
it's not comfortable though. Like, there's nothing about an AR really, or an AK. I think the AR is a little bit more comfortable just inherently, but they didn't like go out. And usually, most companies don't go out of their way. Some of the commercial stuff goes out of its way to be a little comfortable, like hunters maybe, but for the most part, they're skeletonized, and it's not that it has like extra useless furniture on it, but it kind of is just its shape is bulky and
Well,
I don't know why.
you
Like, I don't think it needs to be, or I don't think
well,
a gun needs to be, at least.
an AK-47 is developed during wartime by somebody who was focused on simplicity. The AR-15 was developed by people that came from the aircraft industry and advanced avionics. So it was again almost stripped down for the same reason. You don't need it to be overcomplicated, and you needed to just run. Same thing, two different backgrounds. And it worked. And then when you get into other things like the SCAR, it's not the same motivation. One, FN is not something with an aeronautical background. And they developed this thing to have bells and whistles and be this. And then it goes out there and it's what they asked for pretty much. And people are like, yeah, but it's way expensive. There's other things I can have in the civilian market that fills this niche. And they were right. Now in the military, they still use SCAR 17s, or at least that's what I'd heard from some of the articles I've read. But the SCAR 16 showed up and then disappeared. It was like, yeah, great, yeah, forget it. We'll stick with the M4s and the M16 A3s and A4s, and it really didn't make that impact. Sometimes it happens. But if you want to invest, this is some of the things you can dump some money into, and they may eventually be worth more later on. Almost the same thing as the Colt Python. If you had an original Colt Python, especially during the time the Colt didn't make them anymore, you were able to flip them for more money. Uh, Now you can still make money on your original Colt Python because the new Python isn't the same gun, doesn't have, it has less parts, and it, for many people that are actually collectors, it doesn't hold the same gravitas. But I think it made the what do you call it? When it was reintroduced, it made it less desirable for people that just wanted a Python. Like if I just want a Colt Python and it has Colt and Python on the side of the same pistol, I'll buy a new one. Or excuse me, revolver. I'll buy a new one. But prior to their release, the only way you're gonna get one was get one of the used ones. So one of the used ones, someone that has as a collector. Think that's going to be what happens with the Scar series of firearms. Robinson Arms, that was the name of the company. Robinson Arms makes something that looks like a Scar also.
The first question that came up from the comments was actually the last question that came in a while back. And I just got it on the screen here. My Remington Model 700 DPS has a very stiff bolt. What is DPS? Remington Model 700 has a very stiff bolt. The gun has had about 200 rounds, I'm guessing, through it. How can I smooth out the action? 200 is quite a bit for a bolt action, I would say. Does it say the caliber? Model 700
Yeah.
is just a gun. But how can I smooth out the action? That's a good question. There's like, what do you call them? If it's a issue with like some kind of a burr or just a, what would you say, like rubbing issue, you can get creams or something that have abrasives in them, or grease even with abrasives in it, and you put it in there and you just run your action a bunch of times, and it's basically like really fine, sandpaper almost, like, and it helps wear the high parts off or something, or make the parts fit better. I don't know if that's something you do with an action though.
Well, one, you got to figure out the problem. Is it something that's rubbing? Because that, you know what I mean? That's one of the things. Because it said, did it get rough? Has a very stiff bolt. Was it smooth already and it got rougher, or did it just stay rough? Because
Oh, that's a
that
good
might be
point too, because that could be dirty or broke or bent or something. I guess bent is a
yeah,
reach.
something could have happened. So that was determined what's wrong first. If not, did you clean it? Like when you got it, did you take it apart, detail clean it? Because I know a lot of people think it should be ready to go out of the box, but they have packing grease and storage grease and everything else. It's not lubricated to run; it's lubricated to be in storage until it sells. That's one thing. So take it apart, clean the heck out of it, look at every part, compare it, and see if they compare it to some pictures online, maybe, or videos online. That's one of the messed up things that YouTube did, was make it more and more difficult to post up, stuff about tearing your gun apart and looking at it. Oh, you're manufacturing. No, I'm just field stripping. But look at it and see if there's any burrs on it, and then go from there. You might have to polish it. You may have to use, what is it, blitz? I think they call it, to smooth out the action a little bit. Or flitz. I'm sorry, it's called flitz.
Oh, that's what I was
Ju-
thinking of. I think, yeah, it comes in
Mhm.
like a toothpaste tube looking thing.
Yep. Yep. And then there'll be a ton of it because it's a Remington 700. So there's all kinds of fixes out there for that you don't have to go through YouTube for. You can just Google articles up, especially old school articles from dudes that did it before everything was disposable. They knew how to smooth out their guns and make their guns work. And also, some of it is they didn't have such crazy expectations about the freaking ability of their firearms. Every trigger didn't have to break like a glass rod, and every gun didn't shoot sub MOA. Or at least there wasn't that expectation of all the guns doing that, which a lot of people have here, even of your friggin' bargain basement AR-15. Oh my God, it shoots 3-inch groups. That thing is a garbage rod. Throw it out. Oh, the military accepts 4-inch groups from AR-15 at 100 yards. You spent $400 on this one and you got better than that groups. Why don't you just shoot your gun? And don't let yourself be fooled by people that write articles and tell you what your gun is supposed to do, because, well, that's kind of why they're writing articles. It gives them the ability to look like an expert by complaining about things like trigger pull or weight or balance or a high bore axis or all the other crazy crap people talk about, like you should throw your old gun away and just buy the new one that they're being paid to review. Because the 1911 is useless now because it's old. Unless it's a 9mm and a double stack, and then it's the greatest thing since sliced bread.
No, that's something I'm sure a gunsmith is going to be able to
Hmm.
answer pretty simply. That's probably basic gunsmith school type of question.
Well, my thing is, look at your gun first, because you might be able to find it. Oh, and also be able to describe it to the gunsmith. Is there something happening? Are there rub marks on your cases, cartridge cases, or something? Like, pay attention yourself. That way, at least you can answer questions and give them a better description. Because I know doing my job, I really hate it. Don't work, and I don't know why. Well, do you do this? I don't know. All right, is this happening? I don't know. Okay, so I pretty much I just got to do everything from top to bottom to find out. Okay, thanks, man. It no work no more.
That can get to when we've talked about, why people even own guns. So if you're bringing in grandpa's gun, if you're like, bringing in your wife's gun or something, and she didn't tell you what's wrong with it. I mean, gunsmiths encounter all kinds of stuff. People that tell them more information than they ever need to know. There's probably people that are like, hey, can I watch you fix this so that I see my gun, all the time type of thing. I'm like that with my car. I don't really care about my gun so much.
Yeah, I'd like to know what's going on with this thing.
Let's see. So we got another question coming in. Using a 16-inch barrel with a 1 in 7 twist rate, PSA M4, what would be the best grain and ammo manufacturer for the tightest groups at 100 yards and beyond? So that's asking a lot from basically a standard. I mean, a 16-inch 1 in 7 M4 is, essentially the baseline AR, right? Like that's what they all start with, and you move either longer, shorter from that.
So I ran, of course, I have a PSA 16-inch stainless barrel, 1 and 7-inch twist, and I've shot everything from 55 grain to 64 grain. And it really depends on the ammo itself. The heavier one works better because that's what 1 in 7 twist is for. But you're really gonna have to check it out yourself because each gun is different. Again, heavier rounds are better. I didn't want to spend money on 77 grain. And it depends on what you're doing. I was poking holes in paper at a competition twice a year. That's it. Outside of that, 55 grain works just fine for self-defense and stuff like that. But if you're talking tight groups, you're going to have to as in tight groups because you're going to shoot competition. Like, what are the tight groups for? Because that also depends on the ammo. Or is it you want just a very accurate rifle and you're going to do stuff like shoot groundhogs? Or what are those things that pop up out of the ground out west and people lay down and snipe them or pop them?
It ain't my thing, so I'm going to just say groundhogs because I don't know either.
Yeah, or if you're going to use it for hunting and you want, the tightest group possible, well, that's a different ammo than the ammo you use just to shoot competitions to poke holes through paper. But heavier the better, up to 77 grain with 1 and 7-inch twist. It's kind of vague, but again, each rifle is different and it'll handle ammo different. I'd go start at the cheapest, and when you find something acceptable, stop there. Because how much you're going to spend on a round, again, it depends on what you're using it for.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I'm thinking of out here, there's probably multiple ranges where you can go 100 yards plus. Like 100 to 500 is kind of normal for a range out here. But you can get on someone's property or, the long distance ranges at the public ranges that go out to 1,000 yards. So, and then when they go to 1,000 yards, that means they also have 650, 700, so you have a lot of different options, increments or whatever in there. But like I say, if you've got somebody's property or some of these ranges out here where they just are on land, then you can get, some pretty long distance. But again, I think it matters. Like if you're just trying to hit steel and you're satisfied hitting steel on the weekends, and that's what you're satisfied with, that's great. But if you're hitting steel on the weekends and you're participating in a contest in order to keep your skills sharp because you see an end goal where you might need to be accurate, life depends on being accurate at long distance. Let's just leave it like that. If that's your ultimate reasoning, then my question is, why would you ever even consider using a quote unquote cheap ammo? You might use a cheap ammo to zero it in, but I would say if you're going to be competing and if you're going to be just out there practicing in conditions like drills or something, to be to be accurate at a distance, then you're going to want to use the same ammo. I mean, I don't know anybody who's so good that they can practice with sloppy ammo and then know what their good ammo is going to do. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to shoot your good ammo all the time so that you know what your rifle does. At least people I know that, I only know a couple of people that do that, but I know people that do that, just shoot good, consistently the good ammo all the time. So it's just throwing it out there. Like, there's so many reasons why people would be shooting over 100 yards and, like you said, have a different definition of what the tightest groups are at over 100 yards, because it's real easy to have postage size hits at 200, 300 yards with any rifle, really, as long as you're good at it and you can put some effort into it. But just as well, like if you're shooting steel, you can have grapefruit size tight groups and be accurate all day long with steel. But again, you're trying to shoot paper at long distance, you want postage size stamped groups, all the time, and so that your one that pulls is like a softball. But if you're trying to go for speed or just shooting a coyote or something, those kind of people don't care about accuracy. I don't think. They just want to shoot at distance.
Yeah, I mean, if you're shooting still and just want to hit still, cool. But when I was shooting, heck, there it is right here. Here's my ammo. So I was shooting in a competition with New Jersey. Is it Military Arms Society? I have this PMC 55 grain FMJ boat tail stuff. Again, I'm only poking holes in paper at 100 yards against other people, and I'm using iron sights. And if I lose, I lose. I mean, they don't even give out I mean, at this point, it's just bragging rights. Mainly because we need a lot more people to participate to bring more money in. We used to have little bowling trophies that instead of having a bowler on it, you know what I mean? A bowler on it, you have like just first place trophy or a trophy with a little thing on it, and they'd have a picture of the firearms category you were in. So if you were in Vietnam, or excuse me, Way City, which I participate in, it's an event named after Vietnam, and it's Vietnam era rifles. So dissipators, M16, A1 clones, AKs, SKSs. You can shoot all that in that competition at 100 yards versus. And it's a pretty cool event. Happens twice a year. And my idea of accuracy there is totally different than I was if I was participating in something that was actually giving out cash prizes or, you know, Camp Perry, a Camp Perry match. I'm not using boxes of PMC. And also, if I'm hunting, I'm not using the cheapest ammo I can find.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know if people are going to hunt or practice for hunting with the cheapest ammo. I guess you could say you could practice, I don't know, some 50% of your shots or something with cheap ammo, and then finish off your practice sighting in and everything with decent ammo, but so that you get your shoulder kind of ready with the cheap stuff, but then you get your final shots in with your good stuff. But that's really splitting hairs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know because I flip back. I don't know anything about hunting. I've never done it. I've come from an area where we hunted with shotguns, so it wasn't, the part of Virginia I'm from. It was shotgun hunting only. So there's none of the craziness. I don't even remember anyone talking about pat, patterning the shot. How come I can't say it?
Patterning.
Patterning a shotgun. I never even heard of that until after I became an instructor and got, more involved in shotgun shooting itself. So I didn't even know about that, much less, what twist rate is for certain guns. It was like you go hunting, you buy the hunting ammo, you stick it in the gun, and you shoot it. Hey, I got a 30-30. All right, you go buy the cheapest 30-30, which is usually that Remington core lock stuff, and you poke holes in paper with it, and that's it. It's done. Nobody thinks about it any more than that. And as I got more involved and more educated on their subject, sometimes it seems like people want to overthink some stuff, and it doesn't really have to be that dang deep if you're not into something specific. If you want to use an AR for a rifle class, buy the cheapest ammo you can, find out what its point of aim is, zero your optic or your iron sights to it, and go to class. So they might have a little competition in the class of who could shoot the tightest group, but it's not really that important that you buy target ammo just for that little in-class competition.
So DJ's got I got this up on the screen. It says, when my dad was growing up, there was a bounty on pocket gophers. They kept themselves in ammo and Coca-Cola, going out most weekends for an hour or two. As I was sitting here thinking about it, I'm wondering, I'm sure at some point that was a necessity, right? With
Mhm.
like beavers, maybe if they're messing with a river or something. But I'm wondering back in the day, how much of that was just to keep the kids, the little boys basically occupied. And, it doesn't hurt nothing to grab a bunch of gophers, but I'm wondering how much of the necessity was there versus, you know what I mean? Like the guy at the store, or whoever was doing that trade, what does it cost them
Oh,
to give the kids some Coca-Colas and then keeps the kids from getting into mischief or whatever for basically the whole weekend, you would think, probably by the time they get out there and do their thing and come back. Like DJ saying a couple hours, but I bet you it was the whole weekend for the kids.
well, for gophers and things like that in farming areas, very important because the gopher holes end up breaking livestock's legs if they step in them.
Yeah, they keep saying that.
So
You ever seen
wiping
any
them,
cows with broken legs or even cows on crutches? I'm just saying. They
yes,
always say
that's
that.
what I'm
But
saying. I actually, yes, there's a huge cow population on crutches here. We have UMDMJ, University of Dental Medicine. They have a
uh,
cow section. There's cow doctors that run around putting casts on cows' legs, teach them to walk on crutches. Physical therapy for cows. It's a whole business
cow
here.
cleans. Don't have to worry about it because they don't move the right way.
Yeah, exactly. Speech therapists for cows that have a stutter. It's just a horrible thing to listen to. But I know in Australia they had that whole war against emus, and they never thought about putting a bounty on them. They just sent the military after them, which was,
Well, they took
two
all the
guys with a
guns from
machine gun.
them. And if they
No,
catch them, it'd be a bunch of Wile E. Coyote shit because there's no guns. It'd be a bunch of lawsuits and tunnels drawn on cliffs and shit.
refrigerators with ice makers and skis, all kinds of weird shit.
Big ass firecrackers with sticks on them.
But yeah, sometimes you did that. I mean, throughout American history, we had that. Beavers, fox. That was also a thing.
Some of
And
those
buffalo.
were, man, I went up to there's a place, it's very far from DJ. It's in the same state with DJ, but there's a place called the Museum of the Fur Trade I went to because they have a gun collection, and it's been on my radar for a while, and I was driving near there kind of, so I went past there, and very interesting back in the day. We've all kind of heard the general thing that like people like beaver hats or whatever. But yeah, it's just interesting to see. Again, that was like, I've heard the stories of it, and I think it was from like history class and maybe doing a field trip or something, maybe going to like some museum and seeing, some mention of the fur trade or whatever, but just seeing so much of it in one building. And the thing is, the fur trade lasted for a while, so it was more than just beavers and stuff, and it was massive. So just seeing the scale of it was really interesting. Very, very cool. I mean, I don't know if it's cool because it slaughtered tons of critters, but whatever. It happened a long time ago, and it definitely happened. So interesting stuff.
Yeah, the Museum of Fur Trade in Chadron.
Yeah,
Chadron, Nebraska. Yeah, I probably got it all wrong because places. Hey, listen,
I only heard
you
two
ever
people say it.
Yeah,
DJ and somebody else, but really neat place. And then they have kind of a building. I don't know what they call it. I think, do they call it a sod? I don't think they call it a sod house because it wasn't a house. It was just more like when you dig a cave into like a hill, and then there's there's still grass on top of it, and you kind of walk in a door. It's kind of like The Hobbit or something. But anyway, I can imagine that being pretty much awesome back in the day. That'd be awesome today, really, because that's pretty consistent 72 degrees. I mean, that's what I'd be doing. if I didn't have a lot of money to spend on a house. Actually, I'd love to do it now if I had the kind of property where I had a hill that I could dig
Heck yeah.
into. It still works. You just dig in, and it works anywhere. Like you dig into a hill and you're basically, pretty decent, 72 degrees or something year round.
Yeah, they also have a garden there too, an Indian garden.
Yeah, it's a lot smaller than you'd think, but it is interesting. I like that kind of stuff. We have some stuff like that out here in Arizona, where they keep those native strains still, so you can get them from them and then grow them and then give them back, so that they've kind of got people constantly, keeping the different native strains healthy and alive and still growing and stuff. I grew quite a few things when I first moved out here.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Well, they grow amazing out here too. That's the thing. It's almost cheating because, the Indians were growing them for a reason, because they worked. And they work still, because plus we can give them way more water than the Indians probably could. I don't want to say that. They used to have running water back in the day out here. Shad Run, I guess that's how you say it.
Shad Run.
All right, well, here's a New Jersey one that came in. Let me see if it'll copy and paste. There's a space in it, so I don't know if it'll paste right. It might be a little long. But it kind of spilled over. But they're asking thoughts on a bill 5958 that was introduced in New Jersey. The bill would exempt elected officials and their chiefs of staff.
Yeah.
And their chiefs of staff from the possession of a weapon statute. So basically, they would be able to. Well, the law would not apply to them.
Yep. Yeah, that's
fair. There are leaders.
Yeah, that's a wonderful idea. I mean, there's no reason that they should have to live with the same laws as the people who they work for. Thereby, they can pass any law they want and know it won't affect them whatsoever, more than already those same laws don't affect them. So, yes, they're better than us. They're my betters. I, for one, bow to our overlords. Yeah, it's the most ridiculous thing ever. And I mean, it's almost like they don't care if they said the quiet part out loud. I look at it as them moving the Overton window about what to expect from them. And we should slam that sucker shut on them by anyone that co-signed onto the bill, wrote the bill, even said anything positive about the bill, should be looking for a new job come the day after their next election. And the sad part is we don't shut them down. We have an election coming up in less than a month. In what the hell? In 3 weeks, and most New Jerseyans won't vote in it. Last gubernatorial election, 70% of the people stayed home. And that is why they're able to write stuff like this and know it won't. Nothing will happen. Nothing negative will happen to anyone that presented this bill. Even if they passed it, nothing negative will happen. This is how disinterested people in New Jersey are, including many gun owners. Many gun owners don't care. Many firearms owners don't care. Doesn't affect me. Oh, that's not right, but that's not my issue. This person votes this way on some other issue that I find more important than my civil rights or even my concept of fairness, because it's not that important. That's why I just do host the Second is for Everyone and put some facts out there and let them run with it, because I don't expect consistency or intellectual honesty from a lot of firearms owners. They still think it's a team sport and it's their team versus our team. And they don't get it. It's us versus them. Even when you look at a bill like this telling you it's us versus them, they have to be spoon-fed stuff like, hi, do you understand it's not fair? That's not left or right. That's elitism. Huh? Thank God for AI. I can make Joy Behar say it and it'll make sense to some people because they hear it coming out of her mouth. Oh, okay. I get it now. All right, cool.
Speaking of AI, I'll show you some AI here in a second.
Cool.
But that's got to be frustrating because, well, I mean, it's always frustrating for everybody, but it's especially frustrating when it's like the situation you're just explaining there. But the thing is, the time that there's not only they're using our money or your money, but they're spending time that they could have been spending on pretty much any other useful thing. So somebody had to draw this up, you know what I mean? Some effort was spent on this. Some time was taken in in their meetings to vote on this junk. I'm assuming they all read this stuff to some extent, or at least somebody's tasked with it. So it's just, it's taking up space when, well, one, if the laws didn't exist, they wouldn't need this because they would be like us carrying anytime they wanted if they just got rid of the dumb laws that prohibit carrying. But instead, they're carving out exceptions for themselves.
They had a Republican lawmaker here. Everybody was like, "Oh, he's great. He's pro 2A." And they had a bill when I was down there speaking out against every gun bill they were trying to pass. And one of them was making armor piercing 5.7 ammo illegal in New Jersey.
Finally.
And I went, did I get to speak? I know I was in the room. I don't know if I brought it up, but all of us were asking the same question. To get up there and testify, you had to write what bill you were testifying against. And they had I'll go 4 or 5 of them. Well, I wasn't going to speak 5 effing times and wait in line 5 times. So the last bill was this 5.7 ammo. And one of the pro 2A people got up and said the obvious. It's already illegal on the federal level. Why are we wasting our time passing another bill, writing another bill to make it illegal in the state? And the pro 2A guy went, well, what difference does it make? We're already here and it doesn't take any more time. What difference does it make passing another anti-gun bill on ammo that's already illegal nationally? And that was the pro-gun guy. That's the stupidity we have to deal with in a blue state. When people think Republican, they think pro-gun, and I'm like, no, I live in New Jersey. I think Republican. I'm like, I have to keep an eye on that asshole too. When it comes to my civil rights, what's the point of passing a bill that's already illegal? You're making it illegal. Is it double illegal now?
Well, I guess if you're looking at it from their angle and they're going to be honest, and I'm assuming they're also looking at it this way because they could just be grasping at the lowest fruit.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get things like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of something like the bump stock, I think is a recent one, or the pistol braces, I guess, depending on where you live. If they have additional state prohibitions, then from their angle, if a crazy federal issue happens or lack of restriction happens to them, a crazy safety issue, then they've got their fail safe. Like even if it, so in other words, they're not depending on the federal, they're going to make sure that even if the federals go off their track, that theirs are there. So that's probably how they would justify it. Why they're wasting time putting like a redundant state level issue in.
Mm-hmm. Except no one said that. And again, the pro 2A guy was one telling us, well, it's not really a waste of time because we're already here. What? So when he retired, everybody was like, oh, we lost somebody. And I'm like, we didn't lose anybody. We lost Judas. We lost a vote we couldn't depend on anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Patriot threw $1.99 out there. Thank you. Said, don't forget the blind guy. Yep. Thanks for creating a new account. YouTube's trying to shut everybody down.
Oh, is that what's going on? Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they'll say that they're just blah, 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 but heck of a lot of gun channels are getting caught up in their like new drive, their new feel to their need. What are they trying to say? Like they feel the need to now go back and delete so many of our old videos. I forget how many, like what kind of time frame it is, 18 months or years. And if it has like a link to something or whatever, if they deem it bad, maybe that's why. I really don't know. I mean, I have 5,000 videos, so what I put in the description of those videos 15 years ago, I honestly don't remember. But I never really linked to gun shops that I remember, just because that wasn't my thing. And anyway, so they're removing people's videos, and depending on the severity, their perception of the severity of your infraction, then of their policies now, you either get just a slap, like, hey, we're taking your video down, just to let you know it's down, or a channel strike. And you can only get 3 channel strikes, I think, and then you don't have a channel anymore. So we've got channels that, you know, are no longer in existence. That it's always frustrating when you spend time and effort creating something, adding something to an archive, depending on that archive to be there, referencing it, linking to it, or mentioning it, whatever. People depend on it. Not depend, but you know what I mean? Know that it's there, so they link to it, and then have it be deleted. It's just lame. It's just super lame, and it's very frustrating if you're a new person, to decide this is a place to lay down roots. Because are they roots when years later, it's just like anything, I guess, they can decide, we don't want this forest here. So all those roots that you have, watch them, because we're about to start cutting trenches. And that's what they're kind of doing. And one of their lines in the sand, or one of their trenches, was gun links, I guess, or what you mentioned. Like, I've had videos taken down that talk about putting together parts kits. So I guess I could see that. I guess, like, somehow that's against some terms of service now, I guess. But I've had videos where I just have a bunch of little tiny revolvers sitting on the table, and I'm talking about them, and they'll remove those. So, those videos. And it's frustrating because nobody's doing videos with a pile of revolvers, and I don't own all those revolvers anymore. So unless I still have that stuff on a hard drive from a million years ago, those videos are just gone. Like, I don't back them up. You know what I mean? They're not like valuable to me. I never sat down and backed them all up or anything. And I don't know if I have them on other platforms, but the other platforms are dropping. Gunstreamer's gone now. It was one that a lot of people backed up completely to. It wasn't that it was a viable one anymore. For a minute there it was, but then as soon as streaming happened, they kind of went the other way. They tried to create a paid platform and follow Full 30. Full 30 crashed, and they crashed right after them.
Yeah.
That's another topic. But I think we're right for that happening again. There's sort of a gun platform that can solve some of these things. The technology has always been there, just that there's easier to accomplish than ever before. It's really just a matter of somebody wanting to do it.
I don't know. I'm on to this now. It just been popping in my head more and more as time goes by. And sometimes when you find yourself saying something, you need to do the thing you were talking about. And mine is start getting good books on the subjects you really care about, because, again, just from firearm freedom community, it's going to start disappearing because of editing online. Stuff is going away. So I'm like, oh, that is hilarious. As I'm sitting here, one of my videos just popped up from We Shoot talking about firearms. But it's like, if you want to learn about gunsmithing, can't depend on it. See if you can go online on Amazon and pick up some of those old, American Gunsmithing Institute videos, or something there you can play and actually have the hard information yourself, and not depend on finding it online where it can be easily hidden or kept from you. Hell, just buy an old encyclopedia so you have information.
Seriously. Even if it's wrong, because at least you know what people were being told, in whatever year you bought the encyclopedias, the 80s, 70s. Probably
Yeah, I mean, okay.
90s, right?
Yeah, okay. So Czechoslovakia doesn't exist anymore because you bought a Encyclopedia Britannica from '85. But everything else is there, right? I mean,
well, the thing is, you're going to know from whatever it says about Czechoslovakia is not going to be probably not going to be in the current online version. It's going to say, it used to be called Czechoslovakia. See, well, maybe it'll still be there. But anyway, yeah, I think that you do get something from old copies. I think that's one of the reasons libraries would keep, right? Like, they didn't get rid of encyclopedias. You go to a library and they'd be like, here's this issue of the encyclopedia. Here's the next, printing of the same encyclopedia. Here's the next printing, because part of the part of the learning is seeing how the encyclopedia has changed, essentially the Overton window, or I guess you'd call it, right?
Mhm.
As times changed, and like we come up with a new name for overtime or overload, that means different things as you go on. We don't have boats and shit anymore. We have horses and buggies, and we don't have horses and buggies anymore. We have trucks. We don't have trucks anymore. We have hard drives. So the words keep changing, and that's part of it. And I don't know, honestly, if the encyclopedias go back and say, I guess they probably do go back and say, this is where the word came from, or this is the way it's been used, or something. But anyway, I think there's a lot to be said for having a library. There's been a lot of pictures. I've been on the Substack, so there's a lot of reading emphasis over there, but maybe that's why I've just been seeing it more when I go to Twitter and stuff. But I see a lot more like memes and stuff, like bring back the library, get rid of the man cave, and bring back the study, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I've been seeing that too. I'm like, yeah, okay. Well, that my man cave always had that in my mind. It's
Well, I
like,
mean, if you
we
count the man cave as like the sports thing, like the room where the big TV and the chairs, and you're just sitting there with like a keg, like if that's your man cave, then okay, yeah, turn that into books. But yeah, if it's like where your guns are and like your workshop and shit, like yeah, put some books in there, but I'm not getting rid of my workshop bench or anything.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute, what's man cave to them? Because man cave to me was pretty much like where all of my books can go, all of my stuff that are my interests that aren't my wife's.
Mhm.
Used to be called a basement. Um,
Yeah,
and,
den or
and
basement, or yeah, depending on your office, maybe depending on the house.
yeah, and now that
Really
I'm in,
depending on how many kids you have, right? Like how much room your kids have taken in the house, and then you get whatever corner you get left, or the garage or something.
yeah, I mean that's why I'm a big proponent of making your children sleep outside. I mean, there's no reason for your stuff to get wet.
That's why they make hammocks.
Toughen up, Junior. So what? It's winter in Jersey. Huddle together. Yeah, it seems like I'm running out of room on my Googles, so I have to increase the storage. So I'm changing my plan up,
Hmm.
and I'm looking at it like, how much is it to change my plan, and how much should I change it? It's like, do you spend $99 a year, or what is it for two? Yeah, 2 terabytes for $99 a year. Do you go up from there for 199 for like 5 terabytes and AI?
Hmm.
I'm like, I got other bills to pay, dude. I got to renew my post office box.
Yeah, exactly. I've tried to. I think I have an article going out right now, actually, over on Substack about the different tools and online, I guess, tools like online services and things like Canva. What would you call that? Like a tool, I guess. But
Yeah.
and then like Instagram, depending on what you're trying to do, it's a tool. It's a social media platform, sure, but really, you're trying to get information out about a group, an organization, or an events or something. It's a tool. So anyway, tried to list them all. Most of them are free. A couple of them pay you, and then some of them are not cheap at all. But nobody needs all of them. But anyway, just listing them all, it starts to add up. And I'm thinking about adding some other stuff like dang it, what's it called, a VPN to the mix. And those, again, you can pretty much, anything runs from free to expensive, right? So with
Yep.
VPNs, there's free ones, and you'll get like limited or slow or just like fewer like abilities or something. But they only run up to like $10 or $20 a month. So the expensive ones aren't super expensive in the grand scheme of things, but it is another bill. And when you start looking at it, especially at the yearly side, it's another $240. Like, how many of those do you get before you only get 4 of those, and now you're adding another 1,000 to the pile. And that gets expensive, monthly and yearly. But I'm moping because I've got a bunch that are about to hit. This is the time of year when, I don't know, like for whatever reason, all my stuff is either right in between October and the end of the year, or
Yep.
it's like a gap there for SHOT Show, because that always costs money. But right after SHOT Show, I always have a bunch of stuff that like subscriptions come due or whatever. But
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I'm like, dude, it's the end of the year, so we have 1, 2, 3 more diversity shoots popping up, and that's it. So that money has to be for a flight to Vegas and what money we spend out there. And I mean, you've seen me in Vegas, dude. I'm like eating free food when we can get it. Just where's the cheapest restaurant we can eat?
limos right to the door, and then waiting while you're in the place so that you don't have to wait when you get out there. The limo's just right there.
God,
Caviar in the limos, champagne
oh,
limos.
definitely. Well, it's the cocaine and hookers that was really my thing.
That's all the cash though. All the other stuff can go on cards. Like the cash stuff is a whole nother pile of money you got to bring, and then you have to bring stuff with cards to guard all that money.
Oh yeah, definitely. I have to have my people. What do you call it? My security? That's it. And I do some weird stuff with security. I try to find little people to give them work. So it's really hard to find a bodyguard that's under 4 feet tall.
I was looking at something. I don't think it was YouTube. I don't like watching YouTube, scrolling YouTube because it's too hard to remove them from my history. But I end up doing it every once in a while. I think it was on YouTube, and somebody, it was something like, I like gags that don't hurt anybody, or something like that.
Mhm.
And it was these two dudes, big ass dudes, like dressed up in suits like bodyguards, and they would just walk up to somebody randomly and just act like bodyguards behind them, and it was just doing that for a little while, and pretty much
Yeah.
everybody caught on real quick and laughed or whatever. But yeah, you have a couple of giant dudes just standing around hovering behind you all the time when you're in Vegas,
Yeah, right. That's
or hot chicks, hot chick bodyguards hovering around you all the time.
oh, that would be great. Like with the glasses and the
villain.
earpiece.
Like a Bond villain.
Oh. What the heck?
Bringing you up stuff with an iPad or whatever, like telling you things, like all kinds of behind the scenes shit.
Yeah, you got one with a headset on and a little laptop or holding something telling you have to be somewhere every 5 minutes.
Every time something's boring, every time something's bothering you, like you gotta go. Oh, okay, I gotta go.
I've got another meeting. Got another meeting. Gotta go. Oh, that'd be so great. Hey, I won't tell everybody I won the lottery, but there will be signs.
You have like a little scooter. Everybody's little entourage is all in little scooters.
On a scooter, it looks like a motorcade of scooters.
Yep. Everybody gets up and it's normal, but as soon as you book out of there, everybody just sits down on little scooters and you're out of there.
How's I'm in a meeting? I'll be in a meeting with somebody, and then all of a sudden my scooter motorcade pulls up, and I get on my scooter and leave.
I wish Segways would have gotten a little bit cooler, because it would have been neat to, especially at something like SHOT, to have, you know how they have the scooters out on the street in Vegas. If they had Segways that were inside the building and like just, wouldn't go outside the building, so they didn't have to worry about them leaving or whatever, but just so you could like stand on it, get to wherever you're going and get off of it. Just because so many times, like, it doesn't matter, you got all day to walk to the other side of the building, but every once in a while you got to be somewhere kind of far away, and you know that if you got to book it over there, you're going to be sweating all over the place. So just a little Segway you could, step on, even if it cost you like $2 or $5 or something. But then you would just leave it there and walk away, and somebody else would pick it up and use it the way that those shared scooters work. But inside of SHOT, like, you know what I mean? Like, there'd probably be a couple of people that would just jump on it and be on it all day. But everybody else, just to have them to like book around, I think that would be super cool. I just wish, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if it's because Segways are too hard to ride or if they're too big in the aisles, but I don't see Segways in there really at all. I think I might have seen one when they first came out.
I'd probably be just unprecedented pileups. I know I was acting like an idiot within freaking 20 minutes of getting my scooter.
Yeah.
I was an idiot the first day. But my biggest run was I was over in Caesars, and someone called me and they were like, hey, get over here to the floor below the green room to the NSSF lounge or whatever, where they'd had food and you can go in if you're a member of NSSF. They were like, yeah, get over here. I got somebody that wants to be an ammo sponsor. And I'm like, holy fudge. It's on the other freaking side. You know, you got to cross the bridge, get over, go all the way through everything on that floor, catch the elevator or escalator up. So I finally get up there and I'm breathing like a Brahma bull with asthma. And I stop at the top of the escalators and I'm like, all right, get your breath. Let's wipe all the sweat off your brow from going from one side to the other. I can't do anything about the backpack straps that's, gonna show that I'm sweating because the backpack is pulling my shirt against me. And then I walked in, hey, how's it going? Hey guys, how's it going? But at least I wasn't breathing like that. But yeah, I could definitely have used a Segway, a scooter, a skywalk. Isn't that what it's called at the airport when you stand on it?
Well, yeah, that's true too. And they got a lot of room in the air. So, I mean, I don't know. They could do something in the future. Like a tram,
Yeah.
like a little set of seats you could just set on and take you somewhere. But I think they do have little carts that go around, but not enough of them. They could easily do because it's taken 2 buildings, they could do a thing. I guess they can't do it because of the runway, the walkway, but they could make a separate walkway just for little carts. But they could do a thing like media room to, I don't know, someplace in Caesars, and just run that route all day long. And, you could jump on it if you see it going by, or, like at the zoo or something, like they do that for people. So anyway,
Yeah, like
I'm thinking about it, but it would make shop better, I think.
like tram car rides here in Jersey at the shore. Just little carts. Keep your hands and arms in the tram car, please. Jump
Is
on
that like
and
a little motorized cart thing with a bunch of seats?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a cart with a bunch of seats on it. I'd only seen it once because I'm not originally from Jersey, so I don't have a bunch of childhood memories of living in Jersey. Oh yeah, I remember going down to the shore and
I
getting on a
remember the
tram car
zoos
and a
back
portable.
in the day. I think I've seen this at more than one zoo. It would be motorized. They had like a motor with it, gas or
Hmm.
whatever. But there'd be the guy up front driving it, and it went pretty slow, but it also went, it was moving. But it was just a shit ton of seats, and you'd basically maybe he would slow down like at the monkey cage or something, and a bunch of people would jump on, and then he would book over to, I don't know, whatever the next thing was, like a goat mountain or something, and then he would slow down, and then so if you had there was almost always enough room for like 4 people to be able to jump on it. Oh no, wait, it was seats 4 across. I'm thinking of different zoos, I guess. But anyway, like I'm saying, they're just basically no seat belts or nothing, and they're not going fast enough. You know what I mean? Like they wouldn't even crash or nothing. It would just slow down. But maybe they were electric now that I'm thinking about it. Either way, they were either such a small motor that they didn't make a lot of noise, or they were electric. But there'd be some guy scooting it around, and I guess that was his job all day long, just make big circles around the zoo or whatever. But I remember it just being awesome, because especially if you were there on a school field trip or something where everybody's scattered, and then you wanted to get from one end to the other for whatever reason, and after a day of walking around a zoo, anyway, we're off.
No, that's a what do you call it right now? The Second Amendment Foundation's YouTube channel is breaking down the speeches everybody made, the appearances everybody made, GRPC
Mhm.
2025. So it's in bite-sized chunks if anybody wants to go check that out. I've been seeing them pop up, which is cool. Just throwing that out there for people that actually want to see it and don't want to sit through the longer presentation. I think that's a great idea.
It is, and it makes it archivable. So again, yeah, if you want to know just one thing, you don't have to look it up and find it. I think they did a pretty good job of that this year. The
Yeah, I think
PRPC was decent. I never got to see AmCon, and they've been posting a few AmCon things. I didn't watch all of them, but the one I did watch was the one I cared about. The one was about AI. Did you see that one by any chance?
what's that? No, I didn't.
I think it was the first one. It might have been the first one they posted from AmCon, and it's the AI discussion with Cheryl and Amanda being pro AI, and the 2 writers, AWR and Chuck Norris or somebody, being the anti, and they were like, anybody who uses AI is, they should lose their credentials and they shouldn't be able to write in the industry or something like that. It was pretty, they were definitely adamantly against it. and Cheryl and Amanda were pro. It was okay. It was better than I expected, but it was also like I expected. They've only used it to write. They haven't done anything else with it, and it can do so much more. And what they're afraid of is plagiarism and laziness, I guess, which again are, who's going to debate the fact that the thing is reading everybody else's shit and saying it again. So yeah, it's plagiarism technically, I guess. But it's like saying we're putting a bunch of stuff in a blender and getting a new thing out. Is it the stuff that you put in the blender anymore? Yes, technically, but is it, technically really? So anyway, it's that kind of debate. But then the laziness part, like, yeah, sure, it's lazy, I guess. But at the same time, is it lazy, or is it, if you're going to spend 8 hours doing stuff and you can do one thing, or you can use AI and do 10 things in that 8 hours, is it more lazy to do one thing by hand, or is it more lazy to do 10 things, well? Like, it doesn't make any sense to say it's lazy, but it is, I guess.
Tell me, is plumbing lazy because you can have water pumped in your house and shit pumped out your house, or should you just continually go to the stream with a bucket?
There are buckets. Yeah.
I mean, it's just new technology, and it can and will be abused. But it doesn't take away from the fact that it will make things better and faster and allow people to be more creative. And there are going to be people that suck at it and not be able to utilize it. And there are going to be people that are great at it and advance a lot from it, just like everything else. I mean, be angry because you can't, you own a buggy whip company and everybody's buying cars now. What the hell are you going to do with all these buggy whips?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got to change up. That's what you got to do, and open an S&M shop. And now you spank people with it.
I was going to go Indiana Jones prop shop, but you can go that way as well.
I'm figuring sustainability.
Probably a larger audience. I just went, Temple of Doom the other day.
Cool.
For a while. I mean, it's kind of hard to watch. It was a lot easier to watch when you're 8 or whatever. But
yeah,
I'm watching it. Well, you could have easily not stepped on those parts of the floor. They're pretty big holes in the floor that you don't have to step on. But whatever. It was a fun one.
I still love it. What was the TV show with Amy Farrah Fowler and Sheldon Cooper? And he had got her to watch Indiana Jones Temple of Doom, and she said the movie was okay. And he was like, no, the movie was great. No, it was okay. Okay, you don't know who Indiana Jones is, the guy with the hat and the whip. She was like, yeah, the entire movie, he could have stayed at home and the results would have been the same. The Nazis would have got the thing, which they did.
Mm-hmm.
They would have opened it. They all would have died.
Or they wouldn't have gotten it, like, because they could say if he wasn't there, they wouldn't have been able to steal it from him. But at the same time, they would have just kept digging. If they wouldn't have found it, it's like they would have gone home, or they would have kept digging. Right? They would have found it.
Yeah.
And then exactly like you said, they would have opened it, because that's they weren't going to show it to Hitler without opening it. They said.
Yep. And they would have all died, and then it would have been sitting there, and more than likely, someone would have stumbled across it, put it in the warehouse, and it would have disappeared. Yeah, Big Bang Theory. Thanks, DJ. Yeah, so I was like, that's pretty funny. Yeah, he was stumbling around, giving stuff away. It was just, yeah, when you watch it now, it's like, oh my goodness, this guy's almost as bad at this as James Bond is as being a spy.
All Try not you are on Amazon right now, so I was like, oh, I haven't watched James Bond so much. I have a lot of like computer work to do, so I can, instead of listening to the radio, I'll just turn a movie on. So I was thinking, oh, great. Like there's 25 James Bond movies or something. Like this is great. I don't know why, but they have them all on, like all the new ones, all the old ones. So anyway, I got through Dr. No, and I think Goldfinger's the next one.
Oh.
Or Russia, or one of them.
Yeah.
But anyway, I only got through a couple, and I like Roger Moore and everything. But yeah, I've just seen them too many times, and there's just, I guess you can watch a movie too many times. So anyway, they were. I don't want to say they didn't age well, because they were kind of neat, but they're almost cheesy. Like I guess it's because they've been so emulated over the years that they've kind of lost their luster, because I've seen so many versions of them and like reminiscing and seeing them so many times. Anyway, Yeah, so the James Bonds are kind of losing their thing for me. And I never really liked the new ones. And the more I watch the new ones, I don't like them. So it's just the whole thing is kind of losing it for me. It's frustrating.
So to me, the great part about James Bond was the gadgets.
Yeah.
The fact that James Bond was the smarter guy in all of them. And I mean, the fact that he had attractive women, that's fine. And, they were actually, some of them were integral into the thing working out. Like him winning in the end was because of some of the women that he was with helping. But now it's like they have to prove that James Bond is just not as smart as everyone else, that everyone else is smarter, and he just stumbles through and wins. And I'm like, no, that's not the hero that we want James Bond to be. If you want that guy, name him something else. He can be 009 that does that. We want
Mhm.
007 to be the smartest guy in the room. That's like dumbing down Sherlock Holmes. It's like, no, that's not what we want. That's not who that is. Write something else if you want to change the original, the entire personality of the people involved to make you feel better. It's ridiculous. It's like, yes, you can have a smart woman without making James Bond stupid, but it seems like that's one step too far for Hollywood. Like somebody can't be up without someone else being pushed down. Dumbest crap ever.
That is a good point, though. And they don't like the idea of like a hero. It's like a team all the time now, or like an inept hero who needs a team to help them or something. That's
Yeah.
definitely the preferred recipe or whatever.
And I'm like,
I don't have a
you could,
problem with it. It's just when it's force fed, or you know what I mean.
yeah.
When it's just
So
not comfortable. It's weird.
understand that we come from a time when we actually read books for entertainment also, which is now you're getting to the point people read books because it was assigned to them in school, and then after school you can't get them to pick up a book. But if you remember Mac Bolan books, I don't know if you remember Mac Bolan. Mac Bolan was pretty much the Punisher before there was a Punisher. And then they created a team of people around him that sometimes he worked with, but they were on their own. So it was like the Avengers, right? There was this group of dudes that could do stuff, like a group of five. I think it was Phoenix Force. And then there was another group called the Able Team.
But
And they
more
just
like
had,
Rambo, not like superheroes. They were just like people that were
yeah,
competent, not superheroes.
yeah,
With
yeah,
those.
yeah. They were competent people. They were military dudes, ex-military, ex-law enforcement that worked together to solve cases and put an end to threats to, Western democracy or whatever you want to call it. Um, but then every now and again, there'd be like a book where they'd get together, and Mac Bolan would show up. And again, he was a dude on his own that was doing genius stuff with a little bit of help. And then he'd get with this group, and it'll be like, "Oh man, this is an awesome adventure!" And they were, what do you call them? Sometimes they used to call them airport books. It's like 150
Yeah, like a
page,
quick paperback type of read.
yeah, quick paperback type of reads, but they were a lot of fun. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of what the hero you want. You can have a solitary hero that kicks ass, and then you can have a team of heroes that assemble and kick ass, and then they could all work together. No one has to be stupid. And it seems that they can't find that in Hollywood. It's like the main character. He can't be a standalone hero because that makes other people feel bad. Well, who? who? Who is this person that goes, oh man, I can't stand these solitary heroes? Then watch something else, bro. I can't stand Lifetime. Was it Lifetime movies? Is that the one where they have the Christmas movie all the time?
The girl
Oh,
recipes,
oh,
like
oh no,
the
Hallmark
girl who
movies. Yeah,
comes back to the girl who comes
yeah,
back to her hometown and finds that her high school romance guy just got divorced and he runs a failing bakery or something.
yep,
Yeah,
yep. And she leaves her successful boyfriend that's in the city and too busy to come with her
yeah,
because
he's too
he's,
busy and he doesn't
yeah,
appreciate the small town or the bakeries.
yeah, because he's busy brokering peace in the Middle East or something. He can't go hang out with her at the apple picking contest. I'm like, this is every one of these, huh? Because that's the only time I watch those when I go home and hang out with my mom during the holidays. It's like, this is the script to every one of these? Yes. Okay. Okay. I mean, it's no more complicated, I guess, than westerns we used to watch as kids, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically same, really very similar uh, scripts in those as well.
Oh,
But
let me
a
guess.
lot of people liked westerns. I think the neat thing about westerns is they were from the dime store novels, right? Like they
Yep.
came from that, and those were, probably made for younger people, but they could also be read by whoever, and they weren't risque or nothing. You know what I mean? They weren't like overly violent or anything. There might have been. I don't know anything about them other than the generalities, but I'm just guessing they were probably made for more general, just because they didn't waste resources. And if you're going to pay 25 cents or 2 cents or whatever they cost back then, the whole family was going to read the damn thing, and probably more than once. And you know what I mean? So I'm guessing that the westerns were from that ilk where, like, you're going to pay 10 cents to go watch a movie on the weekend. Both the daughter and the son are going to go watch that movie. Both of them, the kids dating and the parents are going to go watch that movie. So it had something to appeal to everybody. And then they start to make movies where, like, oh, this movie's for him and this movie's for her, or whatever, the kids or the adults and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, those rated G movies that the whole family can watch.
Yeah.
Listen.
When everyone went to the movies, or, there just was fewer movies, but whatever. That's just the nature of everything, I suppose. But you're right. Let's go back to some of the things people were saying in here. DJ was saying there's been a hubbub recently because they airbrushed the guns out of all the movie posters. I can't remember where I saw them, but yeah, I saw somebody talking about it or a post about it. And I was looking at the posters, probably on X, but the movie posters looked all stupid because I knew there was something wrong with them, and I just figured that they, how when you crop out the background, I figured that's all they did is crop out the background. It just looked weird to have James Bond standing against like an orange background or a blue background.
Yeah,
and they had like each one of the actors like one picture. But then once I read the description, I'm like, oh yeah, they took all the guns out. So like Roger Moore, who was like, I forgot what he was doing, but he's like holding a machine gun or something in the picture. Like he just looks like he's standing there with his arms in front of him, holding his arms straight down like a Frankenstein monster or something. It's like, what the heck is this? Like, and I guess it was Europe or something because they didn't want the guns in there in the posters. How stupid.
But I'm looking at the posters and I'm like, you telling me you couldn't find a picture of Daniel Craig with empty hands without having his arms crossed over like a weirdo?
Yeah. And then the one has his like finger out, like where he's, they didn't even put his finger back.
Yeah. I'm like, what is this? Is like, did you use Canva to do this?
Like you could have done a couple of more clicks or at least use the eraser tool a little bit. But
yeah, it's just bad.
And it's the Overton window thing. They're desperate. I guess we should look at it as a sign that, how desperate they are.
Oh, very desperate. They just want to make guns disappear off of movie posters. So what are you going to do with the movie?
I was actually, what the hell? I was watching a movie the other day. I think it was either a comedy or there was like a comic element to it. I think it had Marky Mark in it. But I've been watching a shitload of movies lately. I've been doing a bunch of stuff that, like I say, I just have the movies on as background. And so they all kind of blended together. They're movies I'd seen before. But this one, as I looked up and was watching a gunfight or whatever in it, I was thinking, wow, the gunfight, like they don't make a big point of it, but the gunfight is very good. Like it's, I don't know what to call it. Like they had good experts come in to like, tell them what to do or whatever. And it just, it was sort of like when we first started seeing that back in the day, we were all impressed and it was a big deal. But now it's become a little more common to see like decent gun handling. But the gun handling and like the movements and everything, I was like, wow, this is really neat. But the thing is, because it was in a comedy that wasn't like, billed as an action movie, I don't think. Maybe it is. I think it's that new one with Marky Mark. But anyway, I just was like kind of impressed that they were able to be such good gun handling and then not have to brag about it. It was just like, yeah, we have good gun handling, big deal. It's not like we have to, I don't know, like Wick or something. Like I think people like Wick because of the gunfights or something. It wasn't, they hyped it up or it was on the poster or anything. It was just a element of the movie that was sort of subtle. I just thought it was cool. And hopefully you see a lot more of that kind of stuff because we do get, what's the word, like phases when Hollywood pays attention to that kind of shit. And if they know that they're going to look stupid, because they pay attention to their comments. And if the comments
Mhm.
from a director are like, these gun handling looks like a bunch of idiots, I'm sure some of those directors are like, what does it take me to learn gun handling? All I have to do is learn it, and then I'll portray it accurately in movies from now on, right? So that as that happens, or at least even if they look off each other, right? Like, what they're copying off each other is going to be better and better. So maybe we'll see a phase where we have better gun handling in movies. I personally
Well,
just
listen,
would rather see professional gun handling than sloppy dumb shit. It's just
yeah,
distracting when they do dumb shit.
yeah. I was actually reading something one day, and a lot of the commenters, and it was some written thing online, and the commenters like, really, if you're gonna create fiction and you're gonna talk about firearms, you should really learn about them just a little bit. And some people are like, oh, here we go with the comments from the gun nuts again about it. And I'm like, imagine somebody writing about cars
Yeah.
and said, hey, they got in that Ford Taurus and they put it in reverse and it hovered off the ground and flew into space.
Yep.
That's what we feel like when it comes to firearms sometimes. It's like it doesn't take much to figure out how a gun works. It really doesn't. But
If it
you're
worked
writing a
within
story.
the realm of reality or physics or like
Yeah.
reality, really, because even back in the days of the cowboy movies with the bang, 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 bang out of bone and revolver.
Uh-huh. After a while, to kids, especially boys, you just got like, dude, he just shot 18 times with a revolver. And this was before we knew that in those early revolvers, you tried to keep one cylinder clear because it had an actual fixed firing pin on the hammer. That if you dropped your 1873 or 1872 six shooter, it would go off because the firing pin would hit the back of the round. So you left one cylinder empty. So really, you only had 5 shots before reload. Oh, speaking of old school, 1873, um, Taylor and Company. Have you seen what they were doing?
No.
I know the people over there. So they made a 1873 lever action in 9 mil. And I've talked about it before. I actually talked about it to the owner. And I said, I think that's a great idea for the new generation of people. Because they're not in love with having a 38 357 or a 44 Magnum, and no one's trying to. And truly, I love when people act like those are traditional calibers for lever actions. By the way, they aren't. 30-30 and 44-40 are. 357 was developed in 1935. 44 Magnum was developed in 1955. Those are not classic rounds for a lever action from the 1800s. So I go, you shouldn't actually be married, in my opinion, to a cartridge because the 9 millimeters older than both the 357 Magnum and the 44. So that shouldn't be something that precludes it from being used in a lever action. And it's cheaper. So if I'm introducing someone to a lever action, especially new people, it's a cowboy gun. Who gives a shit what it freaking fires? If it's firing the centerfire. And I think that's a pretty good idea, especially for a state like New Jersey where guns are fun, but your favorite semi-automatic can be banned tomorrow. And then there are some ranges that don't let you shoot rifle calibers indoors, or at least they make a big deal about it. And there's also some that you have, you can't, it's like at range 14 over Fort Dix, you can't shoot a rifle on the pistol range, but if the rifle range is packed, you just be crap out of luck. And I'm like, well, I have a pistol caliber carbine. Can I shoot that? And at one time, the answer to that was yes, you could because you're firing a pistol caliber. So that opens it up to allow people to actually use more ranges. It really doesn't make a difference because you're having fun. A lever action that fires that pistol range is better indoors in an urban environment, or better in an urban environment, regardless of whether it's indoors or outdoors. And it's cheaper to use. I don't know. I like it. I like the idea of a lever action 9 mil.
Well, I'm not a fan of 9 millimeter, but I like the concept of that for sure. for everything you just said. Plus, I like the idea of just a lever action as a travel gun, keeping it in a vehicle. Same applications as the old days. Like, you're going to feel like a jerk if you are driving down the road in the middle of nowhere and some like dog or cat that is a pet is wounded and you can't put it out of its misery in a humane way. That's just the easiest, most realistic, I think, thing to think of, or at least, thing that people can conceptualize. But for lots of reasons, I think having a rifle in the vehicle when you're traveling is a great idea. And lever action, I mean, I can't think of anybody who's going to raise an eyebrow. Maybe Connecticut, Massachusetts, some states are horrible, but most, Chicago or whatever, Illinois, New York, I guess, probably. But
that's
except for, but even the police in those states, nobody's going to look at you and go, I'm immediately jumping to violence and mischief if I see a lever action in the vehicle.
well. Also, those people still have to answer to somebody, and it's a lever action, so it's not semi-automatic in any way. It's a cowboy gun. No matter how you try to stretch that crap, you're gonna have to work real hard to turn this person into a bad guy. Even though, like, you'll have to work real hard to paint this human being as a bad guy in any court, especially if they didn't do anything besides get pulled over. What happened? Oh, I got pulled over and they told me my having this firearm was illegal in the state and they want to hit me with years in jail. And it's like, well, what did they do besides drive? And if you're driving through the state, where you're leaving from and where you're going makes it legal. So you should be covered under the law there anyway.
I think that's what happened to the dude in Massachusetts right now. He wasn't quite just driving through, but yeah.
Look, it sucks. And that's why I posted on X. What was it, yesterday, when Yehuda posted about leaving Chicago and getting back in Texas and how he's breathing a sigh of relief. Same thing in Jersey. When I go from a free state and I'm coming back here after visiting somewhere else, I can feel it. I can feel the weight of the unconstitutionality of the gun laws. And yes, I know it's psychological, but I'm serious. I feel like, I'm less free.
There's a tension. I mean, I get it the opposite also when I'm driving from a bad state into because most of the states most of the states leave you alone, basically. And when you carry, there's a couple of states where you either can't drive in them or you got to get, like, say, you can't carry in them. You have to get through them with a gun, though. Anyway, there's just, like, who knows? You're at the discretion of law enforcement that don't deal with guns very often, or when they do, it's criminals, not, so many of the states now have had some sort of constitutional or concealed carry for so long that most law enforcement is accustomed, if not completely accustomed, to the person they're stopping having a firearm some amount of the time, right? It doesn't mean that just because a state has it that everyone carries. It's still probably more prevalent out here, maybe. I mean, that's just a perception. But anyway, I know that I don't ever get asked about a gun except for out east, and it's not like I get stopped that often, so I'd have to think. But the further east you go, then they care about a gun. Out here, I've been stopped and it hasn't even come up about guns, like stop for whatever. I think it was last time it was my sticker wasn't good enough or whatever. Like, I had the sticker, but they stopped me. So once they stopped me, I was like, oh, here's the sticker. I just haven't put it on there. And they're like, okay, you didn't even get a warning or nothing. But no even bring up a gun. And that was on the highway. So, I mean, it just kind of depends on the state, I guess. But
yeah, my last time being stopped and asked about a firearm was hilarious. Crossing over from Georgia into South Carolina after, not the last one, but the time before that, NRA. And the officer asked, did I buy anything at NRAM? And I said, no, sir. I just went there to, introduce people to, and I gave him my elevator speech for 284E and even gave him a card. And he was like, all right, have a great day, man. Nice hearing about you and good luck with what you do. And we drove off and my wife was like, you didn't tell him about the pistol in the car? I was like, he didn't ask about the pistol in the car. He asked, did I buy anything? No, I brought that with me.
Oh, you know what? I was just listening to an interview. Maybe you know about this because you hang out with cops more than I do, I bet. But uh, I was listening to an interview with a county cop, but I guess in the counties out here, they have, I don't know what they call the patrol officer, I guess, just a person who, if like you call 911, they respond, or if, there's an accident or something, they respond. They just do the normal police stuff. They're there on duty every day to, or, however many of them are on duty are there to do that kind of stuff. But then there's I think they call it interdiction, and their job is to go like pursue bad guys. Like they don't do anything. They'll do other things if it's necessary. Like they could be called to do things like because they're still police, but their job is to go out and get bad guys. And depending on where it is, what they're worrying about, and we're on the border, so a lot of it is trafficking of all different kinds. So there's these guys that go out and look for bad guys, and it's pretty simple, I guess. Once you're doing it for a living, you know what to look for, and whatever you want to say, profiling. But guess what? Profiling for a reason, right? Like there's bad guys typically are not the most well-off old ladies or something. You know what I mean? Like they're young kids usually, males, right, and sometimes females, depending on what the crime is, right? But anyway, and the driving stuff, like definitely a lot of young girls do the trafficking. When you consider trafficking is, I think, pretty broad. Like it just means moving something that's contraband from here to there or something. So a lot of people get roped into the driving stuff because they're basically looking for anybody. They either have something on you or they're paying you because there's so much money involved to just drive that like say there's anyway. The guy was talking about it. What I was going to get to when you mentioned talking about like what you bought at the gun show. They were saying that, well, first off, the police cars will have license plate readers on them, and they'll just, I guess there's just a giant database of license plates or something. So they'll keep track, like the state police and all these police departments that use it will just keep track of all the license plates. Every time they see a license plate that, it's just a piece of data. We found this license plate on this street, period, at this time, I guess. So now you get pulled over, XYZ, for whatever reason, and and they say, where you been? And you go, been XYZ. They know where, if they look, they can, basically see where your vehicle was pinged on all their different cop cars. And, now right away, they've got data to compare about what you said and what they know. And I'm like, holy crap, I never thought about that. And then I guess there are private companies that have license plate readers just out in the world. And for lots of reasons, like UPS and Google and other places that care about this stuff would, I don't know, care about either how much traffic is going past a place or who's going past a place. But the cops can buy that data. Like the police department can subscribe to that data plan or whatever and have access to this massive what do you call it? Like spreadsheet of data, basically all these cars going past places. So anyway, again, like because again, we're talking the border here, they can go, where you been? And you say to them, I've been down at the border. And they can literally go check in a license, in a thing and see, where your license plate has been pinged. So it's like the guy was saying, so if somebody drives 2.5 hours to get to the border, they're at the border for 17 minutes and then they drive 2.5 hours back.
Yeah.
Like, what were you doing at the border, guy? Like what that was, what's your story compared to, what we know from your license plates? And I was like, holy crap, that's a whole nother level of like stuff I didn't even think about. But that's just general data that like, when you're driving around with your license plate, there's no right to privacy on that. Like, and like I say, Google and other companies would care because I don't know, they probably can then charge, the soda shop down there, like, hey, you want to know specifically how to advertise? We can tell you that, this type of person is coming by at this type of day and that type of person is coming by at that type of day. That's the kind of data they can start giving them with that kind of stuff. So it's capitalist, but it's also big other type of shit too.
Because you also have this. Hey, where should I put the next McDonald's? Well, this is the traffic that comes through here at this time of day. So this is what you can expect from here.
And they could probably say, and this many people also, like this many people that are your customers that do shop at McDonald's drive past here at 8:00 each morning or whatever. Oh,
now,
yeah,
my thing with answering freaking cops questions about where the fuck I've been. Why'd you pull me over, officer? Where you been? Minding my fucking business. It's like, dude, I'm
Yes.
not answering a bunch of questions. What was it? I still think it's one of the funniest comedy. Like one sentence or two sentences. It was something Richard Pryor said. He said the cops asked me where was I between 5 and 6. I told them kindergarten, motherfucker. I was like, that is funny. And that just lets the cop know, okay, I'm done answering this. This dude is not going to answer any question. Where were you between 5 and 6? Kindergarten.
And
That's
it
where I
worked all
was.
the way up till 12, really. You just got right.
Yeah, right. So where were you? Where were you?
Great.
Third grade. But I saw that and laughed out loud. Someone did it as a meme, and it just had a picture of Richard Pryor and Paul Mooney standing beside each other. Because I don't know if you know anything about Paul Mooney, but he was well, very successful comedian, but he was also one of the writers for Richard Pryor and the Richard Pryor Show and a whole bunch of comedies in the 70s and 80s. And that just sounds like something they put together and would have you dying. The comedy back then I thought was much, I don't know if it's better or just different. You know what I mean? Because you get the kind of fatigue of the same jokes over and over again.
Hmm.
Yeah. So, what you call it? Somebody just posted a video about, how come the SKS is still a good rifle today? I'm like, Jesus, gun community kills me with this. It's like we don't need a new rifle every 5 years, every new something. The old stuff works just as well. It didn't become obsolete because no one used it. To me, the SKS is the new lever action. It's self-contained. Everything is on it that you need on it. It's got sights. It's got the round count. You don't need a stripper clip. You can load them one at a time from the top if you have to. And it's a self-contained firearm. Doesn't get old. Same thing with lever action. Doesn't get old. You can use it just like it is, and you don't have to worry about it. And it can be like banged around a little bit without you losing zero.
Oh, quite a bit. Well, losing zero maybe, but even quite a bit without losing zero, because it can. I was going to say that the SKS is sort of like a deuce and a half, because it's not as fragile as a Jeep, but it's made for military, so it's made with few parts and overbuilt. So I'd say it's and it's not like it's a deuce and a half like a 308 or something, but it's it's capable. It's 7.62 by 39, so it's a great companion to your AKs. It's a great alternative to an AK if for whatever reason you got some stupid magazine issue. They're not amazing, but they're competent. No. They're capable and competent for those. And the only problem with them now is they're costly. Like that part.
Yeah.
Back in the day, they weren't, and it was a whole nother thing. I'm sure everybody's sick of hearing about those stories, but they were definitely looked down on the same way like a Makarov pistol would be today or a Nagant revolver would be today, because you can't get the ammo for it. And even if you could, it's clunky and it's not as nice and refined as the new ones. But when they're the same price as a new one, or basically like everybody's been talking about, I think Travis has a Ruger bolt action 7.62 by 39. I think it takes mags, right? Those take
yeah.
So I mean, I need to get one because that's just super cool. Like I love the whole idea of I just personally love 7.62 by 39. I like AK mags, so for me that's an awesome rifle. But that compared to an SKS is leaps and bounds. It's like amazing compared to an SKS, but at the same time, well, that gun is actually pretty rugged as a Ruger, but you're still not going to take that gun probably and throw it around. Like my SKSs, I have SKSs that cost me like $80, so I am going to throw that around. I do not care about throwing that gun around, even though I know it's worth a lot. It only cost me $80 back a long time ago, and I've owned it for so long. And plus, there's reasons why I hate it. I'm allowed to hate my guns, so I would throw one of my SKSs around just because it's an asshole. But you know what I mean. So I would not mind throwing that one around. But like I say, I'm never going to do that with my Ruger. I mean, I just don't own. Even if I owned a Ruger for a long time or something, I wouldn't want to throw around a bolt action. They're just too fragile or whatever, too wimpy for that. I mean, I wouldn't be as scared of it falling if I was hunting or something. I know it's rugged enough to handle it, but I can throw my SKS around just in jest or in anger, and it's going to be fine. Like it's
Well,
it's a whole nother level.
speaking of anger, I mean, for me, and I'm like, I'm not an angry individual. I'm the frustrated Second Amendment advocate. That I look at guns like the SKS, like the lever action, like revolvers, as more ban proof, uh, because I overnight, my magazines became illegal and I had to dump them. And in places like New York, all of a sudden your semi-automatic magazine-fed firearm is now a problem, and I'm looked at as somebody that has a nuke at home in their gun closet. And it's like, no, nothing's changed about my firearm. I'm not running around breaking the laws. I'm not looking to be a bad guy. I just own a thing that you've deemed overnight to be dangerous, an assault weapon. And I'm like, okay, so here's my lever action 30-30 or my lever action 357 Magnum, and my Smith and Wesson end frame with an 8-shot cylinder 357 Magnum cylinder, and this is what I'm rocking as my home defense. I have a Model 66 as my carry gun, and I have one ammo that I'm stockpiling, and I'm probably good until they come after the next thing. And I'm not telling people to hide or don't be activists or anything, but I totally understand that that's something you don't want to worry about. And you still have a defensive firearm that you aren't stuck with. I mean, you're not stuck with something that's so obsolete that you can't defend yourself. Like SKS, Trump's having a Mosin as your only self defense long arm. In most circumstances, it's better. But now the price of both of those is so high, I don't know why you'd get either one of them.
Yeah, no, that's true. Unless you got them from somebody who got them free.
I mean, I'm talking paying, gun store, gun show prices today for one of those instead of buying something else. I don't even know what the going price is on a Mosin gun at this point. I know I looked up ammo the other day because I got a few cases uh, from Jack, my friend that passed, and I just brought those into the house. And I was like, "Hey, I haven't looked this up in a minute. How much is Mosin ammo now?" It's almost what, $200 a case for 440 rounds.
So that's one of those things that at least some of us got to live the end of the Cold War, which was massive stockpiles of that shit being built. War never happened. So most of it got diverted to Africa and maybe to the, I don't know what you call that, like Middle East, I guess, whatever that's called, like where Syria and Ukraine and shit. But a lot of it went to Ukraine and just is being used in Ukraine too, I guess. But anyway, aside from the warlords that took it, we had opportunity to get a ton of that stuff, literally tons and tons of, boats of that stuff over here. So having, again, SKS or a Mosin in those years was a totally different thing. The good news is, I mean, whatever, let's say $50, $80, even $100 tins those years, people did not shoot all that. They bought 3 or 4, go shoot one. It took a while. You could shoot 2 tins on a Saturday if you really wanted to, but I mean, you had to really be shooting to do that. So shooting a tin with a bunch of people on a Saturday, yeah, okay, that happened. But most people would go to the store or go to a gun show and buy 5 or 6 tins and only shoot maybe 4 in a month.
Because I was stockpiling mine because I knew this day would come. So I got a couple crates. But yeah, it looks like just went to guns.com and Mosin's are $400 to $500, $600. Jesus Christ.
Most Mosins.
$1,000 Mosin. Only if it's made out of the jawbone of Simo Haya. Oh, Jesus. These people crazy, man. Let me get off of this.
$1,000 Mosins back in the day, but they'd be like the very rare ones with
Russian sniper. Yeah, exactly. No, this is get. Let me turn this off before it has me thinking impure thoughts about getting rid of both of my Mosins for freaking $1,000 each. Because at that point, I'm like, how much do I really care? $1,000 is a lot of money for something I paid $100 for in '93. But hey, they're not making new ones. They're not making new ones. So hey, who knows? That might fund my nursing home in 20, 30 years.
Well, that's the other way to look at it, right?
Yeah. Not getting rid of my Mosin. Not getting rid of my SKS.
Well, another way to look at it too is that is a price that is influenced by a lot by politics, because so many of them were made, and both of those two particular guns are unlike an AK. They're not sought after by anybody. So when those warlords and whatever were asking for guns, they're not asking for SKSs and Mosins, right? They'd probably leave those behind if they could. So there probably could be a lot of those still setting somewhere if somebody didn't destroy them or just leave them to rot. So, which could have definitely happened as well. But anyway, with the change in political landscape and the permitting of those to be imported again, which would, supply and demand. Once we can get them, people are importers will start asking for them. They'll start coming out of the woodwork. And that's the thing about surplus anything. It's what do they say? Feast and famine, with bayonets. I mean, I can tell you there's ones that I just thought I'd never, ever see. And then boom, they're common for like 2 years. They're down to $30 where they would have cost us 300. And, same thing happens with guns and with leather and with pouches and with magazines and everything else, parts kits. Anyway, so hopefully we'll see some normalization of like the laying off of the guns culture, right? Or normalization of guns in culture, laying off of guns as the scapegoat for everything bad. And then when that happens, people understand that there's a reason to want these historic guns imported again. And like I say, with that change in politics, we could see a day when we're like Canada, you know what I mean? Like where SKSs are collectible, imported, and now it's like a mad dash to see where all we can find the SKSs in the world. Actually, that would be super fun. Not that I'd be interested. I'd be interested in the AKs more, or the bayonets actually. But man, if they got rid of it, was the 86 or the 83?
Which one? 84?
Trying to think. Yeah, it was an 84 or something ban, and then I think there was one before that stopped. Was that the one that stopped the SKSs? But that stopped so many guns. It was to stop SKSs from China, but it stopped like a ton.
So one is the Hughes Act, and that's for machine guns, but the other one was, so they were trying to ban the Rincos. That was one of the things they were doing. They were banning the Rincos because they didn't want them here, and we lost out on a couple of good guns, or a few good guns.
And then Canada could still import them, so some of the stuff that was rare did get imported into Canada, and now who knows what could be happening to that stuff if it already hasn't been destroyed, which sucks. But
yeah, I didn't.
Yeah,
I saw a cool one. Norinco was making M14 clones, M1A clones, and they not only made the M1A clones at 7.62 by 51, they made them at 7.62 by 39, and I'm like, dude, that's cool.
Yep.
I don't know how well it worked, but I'm like, that's just cool to have. Also, I like those SKSs that took AK mags that they put out. That was another Norinco thing. I think they called them like
the M's and the M's and the D's. They had two different stocks on those.
Yep. And I'm like, dude, that would just be cool to have because it's just different than an AK and it's different than the SKS. It's just a gun nerd.
Yeah, because I've converted SKSs to AK mags and they just never do well. But they were also back in the 90s when there wasn't a lot of, it was just doing it to do it. But then once I worked at the shop and started to go to a lot of gun shows and saw an M and a D, well, one, I would never get the sporting one. It just is dumb looking, really. It looks like the Planet of the Apes gun a little. So
It
I
really does.
don't like it. And it doesn't take a bayonet. The other one takes a bayonet and looks kind of like a regular SKS stock, just that it also has the magwell thing. That one I liked, but basically the cost and the rarity. Like I wouldn't something that's that rare. I mean, I'm not the guy who's like, it's my gun, I'm shooting it. Like if
Yeah.
it's my gun and I paid a lot of money for it and I know it's rare, then I'm gonna treat it like that. And I just don't like owning guns like that because they're no fun for me. I'd rather shoot it. So for me, I'm satisfied knowing those guns exist. I mean, I would love it if my friends own it so I could go fiddle with it, but I'm not going to own a gun that I can only fiddle with because I don't have that kind of money or space to just have that kind of guns laying around.
Yeah, that's one of the more annoying things. It's like I don't need to own everything. I could just have friends that own stuff. I don't need that. I don't need to have everything. I don't need to travel to this place to have this food. I could have somebody that just knows how to cook it.
Yeah. And SKSs are neat and everything, but they're neat to have as your third tier gun. So how often are you going to play with your third tier gun or whatever? Like,
Truthfully, if it wasn't for the competition where I shoot it twice a year, I wouldn't. I mean, now understand when it was my first tier gun, I guess you'd call it, my firearm that I had set up. Yeah, I ran that sucker. And truthfully, because where I live now in Jersey and I've downgraded to having a pistol caliber carbine and a handgun, and that's it. Um, for a rifle, my SKS with a sling and a light clamp to it is still good enough to have a centerfire rifle that's semi-automatic in the state of New Jersey in case something goes sideways. With some stripper clips and just one of those little pack on your belt, because I don't feel I'd have to do any reloads in a self-defense situation. I mean, that's if I'm reloading the SKS in a gunfight, we all gonna be famous. You'll be telling people about stories of how you knew me before the gunfight at the OK Corral or whatever you call whatever I was involved in. Because that's very rare that civilians burn through 10 rounds of rifle ammo in a defensive situation. I
yeah,
can't even
I
do it.
understand what you're saying, but at the same time, the way that it works or whatever, and just the nature. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Well,
Yep.
crept up on me. The nature of the way that guns work and stuff. Let's say you only shot 2 rounds. I'd probably still I would like to say by tactical reflex, but I think just by paranoia or something to do because I'd be, going through all the symptoms of shock and everything. Is anyway, I would probably reload to a tactical reload or whatever it's called to like a new mag, keep the old mag, but because I don't know how many rounds I lost, because nobody can remember, is a lot of times you'll have that second mag for that, or just for the in case that something happens, you're on the ground doing it, or trees are in the way or something, and that stripping the mag is the way to get the gun running again. And that's why it's nice having a second mag. Not that you need the capacity, you just want the ability to strip the one that's bothering you and get a new one in there. And that's it's rare that you're ever going to be in a fight. 10 times, a million times rarer that you're going to have that instance where it's all going to go down. But that's why they wrote Murphy's Law, because that kind of weird shit happens.
Yeah, well, again, when it comes to topping off a mag or that's when topping off a mag with a SKS, that's a three-handed operation. Just topping one off, it's like hold the rifle, pull the bolt back, and use your third hand to feed more rounds in.
Well, that's a good point. If you're talking about standard, I was thinking mag change, but yeah, you're right. That'd take way more deliberation, deliberate effort.
Yeah, because I actually ran an SKS in a carbine class, and it was like, you do the drills, you boom, boom, boom. Now this was in Jersey when it was 15 round magazine limitation. So I'm in class with guys with ARs that have 15 round mags. I got a 10 round mag. So yeah, for the first 10 rounds, we're even. But now I have to do a reload. Well, what if it's 3 rounds, 3 rounds, 3 rounds? Well, now I'm doing a reload, and they're not. So I One, pop the bottom, drop that round, slam it closed, lock the bolt back, put in my stripper clip, and now I'm back up. It took a little longer, and every now and again I drop around, but my whole thing was learn to run the most effective way to run this firearm while rapid firing and moving. And that was just an opportunity. It was an opportunity to run it under a stressor with someone else making up the rules and the pace. And I learned a lot about myself and that rifle, that I'm not really at a huge disadvantage in a realistic self-defense scenario. But yes, it's better to have easily reloaded magazines. But I think the world figured that out by 1945.
Yeah, seriously, right? Whenever, whatever, thousands of people were having thousands of encounters constantly.
Yeah. So, I mean, I learned that.
Just pulling a giant, well, not even all that giant. It's like the end of a toothpick. I had a splinter in my heel, and I've been thinking, like, man, my heel has been on fire lately. It's just been bothering me as I've been walking. And then I looked at it the other day, and it was a big lump, and I thought, oh, crap, I'm getting some kind of, old people lump on my foot or whatever. And then today or something, I think it was this morning, I was walking on it, and it felt like a lump, like, right? It felt like a big, like a walnut or something in my heel. So I just figured it was some old person lump or whatever, like, welcome to being old. So anyway, I was walking around earlier, and it felt like a needle poking me. And I'm like, wait a minute, is that a splinter in me or something? And sure enough, I just went in there digging into it with a needle and pulled out, like, the end of a toothpick was in my heel. So I don't know where I got that, but
Oof. Yeah, those can get infected, dude.
yeah, seriously, like, I usually would know if something like that happened and then either deal with it then, or like you say, like, soak it in alcohol or something. So I don't know when it even happened. It must have been like one of those subtle things. And then I'm guessing because well, without getting gross, you know what happens when you have a splinter in you and you leave it go for a little bit. Like, I had to kind of drain it, let's just say.
Yep.
And, that's probably what I was feeling, the uncomfortableness of that. And then, anyway, without getting too gross, I'm much more comfortable for the rest of the day because it won't be poking me now.
Oh, yeah. Not a good thing. Not a good thing at all.
What's the term for better leather? If genuine is low quality, Corinthian.
Corinthian. Rich
Yep.
Corinthian leather.
Speaking of rich Corinthian leather, here's a quick commercial.
Introducing Gear Websites, your all-in-one solution designed to make life easier. Whether you're a busy professional, a student juggling multiple tasks, or just someone seeking simplicity in daily life, Gear Websites has you covered. With its user-friendly interface, you can effortlessly create and manage your online presence without any technical expertise. Need to improve your gear, start a blog, or even learn a new skill? Gear Websites does it all. Enjoy seamless integration with various tools, ensuring that you can connect with your audience and manage your content efficiently. Plus, our responsive design means your website will look stunning on any device. Don't let complexity slow you down. Experience the ease of Gear Websites today. Visit us at gearwebsites.com and take the first step towards simplifying your online journey. Gear Websites, making life easier, one click at a time.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah. I didn't know my mom did voiceovers.
That was, I think, the Lucy English British voice.
Yeah. My mom does that all the time. It's really, you should hear her Indian accent. It's really great.
Haters will say that was AI.
Nah, I'm telling you, it's my mom. That's what she does on the side. She's got a gig. Her Swedish voice is really one you should really Unga taget tugen. She sounds like, what is it from the Swedish chef from the Muppets? She does a mean beaker too. I have to clean this.
DJ saying about Candy Leather. Yeah, we have a leather place here in town. It moved, but I was over there not too long ago.
That's cool. I was on Live Fire Media's podcast over on Wednesday. Yeah, that was another reason I stayed home. I just had a long ass week. Every day ended like past midnight. Um, and every day I woke up between 4:30 and 5. So I was kind of exhausted. But I was on Live Fire Media, and Live Fire Media is Dave Kawaka, who works for High Point, has his own podcast, and his co-host
Hmm.
wasn't able to make it, so he asked me on Wednesday if I could, stand in. So I did, and he was talking about lever actions, talk about I think semi-automatics. We had a long discussion about anything because Dave and I are actually friends, just like you and I. So conversation can bounce all over the place. And I was talking about my home defense firearm is still my high point pistol caliber carbine in 9 mil because of what it is in New Jersey, and it's in the bullpup chassis, so it looks kind of futuristic, but it's still just a 9 millimeter 10 shot um, defensive firearm, and it's like a good shoot is a good shoot, but when you live in an anti-gun state and you never know the politics of the prosecutor or their political ambition, nothing is simple. Nothing is simple, but I check it out and I make sure the batteries are good in it. I make sure the batteries are good in my because I haven't really taken it out and run it hard since last October, like a year ago when I ran it in the class, an all day class that was I guess over 500 rounds. Yeah, it was well over 500 rounds. 1 day class, 1 day rifle class. Because I see more hate coming from PCCs now because the tactical community is bored with I guess uh, putting Picatinny rails on their lever actions, and they're about to talk themselves out of double stack 9 millimeter 2011s. So they're back on.
Those are only fractions, right? Like those are only pieces of the community grabbing those different things.
Yeah, yeah, it's pieces of the community, but it seems to be all of my damn feed when it comes to new videos, right? It's like, oh, 2011, 2011. Hey, a pick rail on your lever action, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, oh, one of the guys I like following, I can't even remember his name. Um, he's a 1911 fan and also a Black Powder fan, and also has Browning high powers. And he's really talking practical about. I don't know if anybody here follows TSOS, the handgun company. You've seen them, right? At shows. It's a company out of Turkey that makes 1911s, and they make them actually forged. They have zero mem parts. That's their claim to fame. PSA sells their basic 1911 A1 version for like $299 almost all the time. So you can actually buy a decent 1911 for less than $300. And this guy talks about him a lot, has him on the, talks about how he not modernizes it, but sets it up for better performance with better springs in it, and he changes a couple things when he gets it, but then he just runs it and shoots it. And I look at stuff like that, like yes, take the gun you have. You don't have to spend a bunch of money on the thing. You don't have to buy the newest and be the beta tester for somebody's product. You can get something that's already out there, and I see that a lot, but it's almost discouraged. And I'm like, one, police trade in firearms, whether it be a Glock or Smith and Wesson, or a Glock or Smith and Wesson M&P, are great guns that already have proven track record. They have parts out there that you can, swap out any wearable parts like your recoil springs and stuff to brand new ones. It has magazines that are inexpensive. They're great. You don't have to go and buy Walter's new PP, not PPQ now. What is it called? PDP. You don't have to buy the PDPF. You don't have to buy those right now to have a good polymer framed, striker fired semi-automatic handgun. I mean, truthfully, you don't have to buy 9 millimeters. You can still buy 45 handguns. There's still the Glock 21. Yeah, the Glock 21, the Glock 41, um, 45 caliber M&Ps. It's like all of that stuff is still available. They just don't have a lot of videos on it because a lot of companies aren't pushing it. Because I've been caught on the 45 bug for a while, trying to figure out whether I want to get one because I have some 45 ammo, and every person that comes to my event, every one of my volunteers, only a couple of them bring a 45 every now and again. And I'm thinking, do I want a 45 in my every event lineup? And the answer is yes. I think people need to see that because we live in a state where I'm stuck with 10 rounds regardless. So why don't I make them 10 rounds in an easy shooting full size pistol and introduce people to the 45 that are in a state like New Jersey that won't get to see it because the prevalent caliber is 9 millimeter everywhere. And maybe they'll like the way, a 45 M&P shoots or 45 Glock shoots or 45 caliber 1911 shoots. And it also punches that, hey, this is 2 World War thing that a lot of gun people goof on, but someone who's just getting into firearms, that might be the thing they go, yeah, I got my first gun, it was a Canic, and that's fine, but I'm looking at getting my second gun and I want something different, like maybe a World War II gun. All right, well, here's a World War II 1911 for freaking $3.99 or $2.99 you can have. And it's a decent gun. So I'm thinking about doing that to show them that. Also, there's a lot of clones out there being made by TSOS and Military Armament Corporation, same companies, that are like Marine Corps MUSOC clones from Marine Special Operations Command. Special Operations Capable. That's what MUSOC means. And they also have JSOC 1911s that are cloned, which is pretty cool too. So I like that idea of 45 in my rotation. You got 357 Magnum. One of my guys just bought a Smith & Wesson lever action. So that was on the line at the last diversity shoot. And luckily, I'd won the $500 gift certificate to the gun shop the day before, and I just had them bring 38 ammo down. So he was able to let people shoot a lever action for the first time.
Sorry, let's just go around. But clicking on some of these, did you guys see or talk about Beretta buying 9% of Ruger stock? Oof, I didn't even know that was. How do you find out about that kind of stuff? That's neat.
Yeah, I heard about that. I think Wednesday night. Yeah, Beretta bought into that, and Ruger's looking to buying some other companies too. Ruger's spreading their wings and diversifying. I guess with the influx of money from Beretta, I just look at it as cool in a way. Like as long as Ruger stays an American company, because we see what happened when CZ bought Colt, and now Colt and CZ are both together destroying firearms for the Canadian government with their mandatory buyback. And they were like, yeah, but that's CZ. I mean, that's Colt Canada. That's not Colt America. I'm like, get the hell out of here.
Well, it's like two divisions, and like you say, Colt is now CZ, so it's hard to know. But Colt has always been, or at least since, a long time, it's been a corporate company, not a family company, whatever you want to call it.
Colt hasn't been a family. Colt hasn't been a family company since Samuel Colt's widow sold off her shares.
I haven't had a chance. I mean, I've definitely seen a lot of interesting stuff. I've never seen a documentary that's all encompassing by any means, which would be cool. But I haven't had a chance to just put the preliminary timelines together. But the our industry has definitely not been as, what's the word? Like, I mean, at the same, it has been, I guess. I don't want to say it hasn't been, but a lot of our industry has been very corporate and not mom
Mm-hmm.
and pop. We have a lot of mom and pop for sure, and that's the whatever you want to say, like the warrant or the heart of it. But we have
Yeah.
a lot of just, and they kind of have to, like, for the because once you start to blend, once you like look at ammo, for example, or
Mm-hmm.
M16s, and I guess 1911s for a long time. Um, Once you get to where they have military contracts and like ammo, for example, they're using ammo no matter what. Like you don't have to be in a war to use ammo. So ammo is gonna be used for training and other things, and it's gonna fluctuate. So that's like a whole like challenge to make ammo, have all the stuff needed and keep the machines and stuff. And like so that's always been a challenge or whatever. But when you start getting into that line, like when it goes to ammo, like they're pretty much starting to make mortars and grenades, and then it turns into shells. You know what I mean? Like shells for big stuff, not shotguns. And that's where gun what do you call it, like companies like FN, like the Scar, like, yeah, okay, we act like we understand that FN makes a Scar and they make a couple of pistols, but what do they also make? Like the M2, you know what I mean? Like they're
Mm-hmm.
making things that fit on boats. Like the Scar is like for them it's like their tiny little mousetrap that they also make. Like it's not anywhere near a chunk of their company, I would think. And it was, I mean, that was like a big deal that they even played with a gun, small arm, because they make big stuff. And there's, that's where, the companies, not, I don't count that as the gun community anymore once you get into that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about a company like FN, you're like, yeah, that's cool. They sell pistols. That's why they don't advertise for them. That's why almost they don't give a crap. It's like that's a small division. That's their redheaded stepchild because they're busy selling things like belt feds to governments around the world that they really don't blink an eye when they go, oh, the American civilian market for FN handguns. What?
Well, it used to be a thing. Like, for a while there, that's why Glock sniffed around, because our industry, whatever you want to say, like our market, I guess, for us recreationally shooting guns has always been bigger than the rest of the world for sure. But it's always
Hmm.
been enough that a company could put some real effort. I mean, that's why Taurus probably exists. People won't admit it, but some of these companies exist because they know that they can sell a lot to us, and we're big. So it's like 50 states of people being able to, maybe 50, 49 states or something, not 49, 40 something states of people being able to, just buy whatever it is they're selling. But if they're selling something normal, then, pretty much 50 states can buy whatever they're selling. So they have a lot of customers.
Yeah, but then when
They
you
have a
have,
lot of customers.
well, I think HK, excuse me, not HK, dumbass, FN was different because they had 80 countries buying their pistol alone. You know what I mean? To Browning High Power. So they're not like,
Yeah.
oh no, let's get that American market. They're like, we good. And then they had the right arm of the free world with the FN,
Yeah.
FAL. And they're like, yep, so we're still good. We don't need America for that. And then they started selling their belt feds. So yes, FN USA exists. But I'm like, how much pull do they have when it comes to what they still carry, what they drop? If corporate FN goes, yeah, we're dropping that. Like, how much of a case do you have? Almost like, was it HK USA compared to HK Germany, or even SIG with SIG overseas? It's like, yeah, you're gonna listen to SIG here a little bit because you have a $2 billion contract for belt feds, and was it $200 million for the pistol? I forget what the pistol contract was. Oh, our department has banned P320s from cops from bringing in their off-duty P320s to lock them up in the prison. How crazy is that? You can't
So
bring your off-duty P320 to work because cops carry their off-duty gun and then they leave in civilian clothes or they leave in a uniform and they don't want to be unarmed. Well, the department was like, yeah, no, SIG P320s aren't allowed in the building anymore. And the state of New Jersey suing SIG. That's the latest lawsuit. State of New Jersey just sued SIG, saying they knew their guns are unsafe and they still sold them anyway.
well, that's unfortunate because that's going to be an opportunity for somebody to try to jump on a money train, or anybody that wants to jump on that, try to follow that money train or the perceived money train.
Well, SIG's already lost 3 lawsuits with it. One of them was here in Philly. I say here in Philly because Philadelphia is like 30 minutes away. But the stupidity of it is like the jury said the SIG P320 was unsafe because it didn't have an external safety. That was what that loss was about. And I'm like, that shouldn't count as the gun went off. You know what I mean? That's just the jury of your peers that you never want to look and see if you're a gun owner. They said the gun was unsafe because it doesn't have a freaking external safety.
Well, let's go back to. I was going to say, when you were talking about the guys being able to carry, but then not being able to carry when they're off duty, that's one of those things that the people that want to, I don't know what to call them. I'm going to just say people that are always complaining, or the people that there's always somebody complaining. I guess the people that are complaining about the police or whatever, that they get privileges, supposed privileges over regular people.
Yeah.
That's the police department when they're on duty. So I'm not saying that makes it better, but I think there's some perception that people think that cops get to take machine guns home, or like somehow their authority travels to when they're off duty.
Yeah,
like some of them can carry when they're retired. I mean,
Yeah.
some of them choose to. I shouldn't say they can. Anybody can, I guess. If they choose to, they can carry when they're retired. And I'm pretty sure if they choose to, they can apply for, or maybe they just automatically have credentials to carry all the time when they're off duty in different states and stuff. But at least since '86, they've had that privilege over us. But it doesn't, if they had like a short barrel rifle or something at work that they can just get without having to worry about it, they just go to the store and buy it, where we can't, which is annoying. It's not like they can, and they can just take it home and play with it. Now, some departments may let them because that's the way that they do things, but in general, it's usually like I said, we like to have our bread and butter or whatever, eat our cake and eat it too, or whatever they say. By bitching that the cops get to do all the stuff that we don't get to do, but then we also ignore the fact that only when they're wearing a uniform, and most of the time they're not walking around with SBRs when they're in uniform. Just because the exception in the rule says that they can doesn't mean that they do. And then of course there are the times that they do, and everybody can bitch about all that. I'm not trying to stop people from bitching. I'm just trying to illustrate that concept from when you were talking about it. Just made me think that it's one of those things I hear on other channels sometimes, or in other debates, I should say. And, just that element of it never comes up, or rarely comes up, that, it's that exception is only for the departments, basically.
Well, it's a little annoying when people try to debate now, because they're not trying to debate facts. They're trying to win an argument. So you know what I mean? It's like, no, police can bring their who I work with, they can bring their off-duty home. They can have a firearm just like you do, but they put it in a holster and they can carry it because they're law enforcement. They don't need a carry permit because they're law enforcement. They go to another state traveling, as long as they adhere to I don't even know if they have to adhere to the capacity limitations in other states, but they're law enforcement. They don't need a carry permit for that state. When they retire, they can apply and get their retirement. I wish I knew the name of it off the top of my head, but they can get permission to carry still in every state. But I think they still have to go by
Clio. No, is it Clio?
Leosa? Is it Leosa?
Leosa, then. It could be that.
Okay. Yeah, they can carry in every state, but they still have to qualify every year with their firearm. Retired officers still have to qualify. So that's cool. I still think it's just like everybody else. That's some bull crap. I should be able to carry in 50 states too, and I'm willing to move that over to window that I have to qualify once a year with the same test as the retired officers do for now. until I get constitutional carry because that's my ultimate goal. I'm willing to take baby steps towards freedom too. It's not. I'm willing to compromise for 5 minutes, and then I'll go. What have you done for me lately? Just like the anti-gunners do. Oh, Tony, you sold out. No, I know I can't get what I want, which is belt fed sent to me on Amazon. But we can get there. We have to fight for it, but I don't think enough of us believe it. I mean, I'm shocked that I have carry permits in New Jersey without we're only jumping through the few hoops we have, plus the ridiculousness of where we can carry. But it's better than before. And of course, they only made up those rules of where we could carry after they found out they couldn't stop us from carrying. Then all of a sudden, everywhere became dangerous.
I got a
But prior to,
question.
yep, go ahead.
Well, hold on. I'm going to put that in here, but then I was going to break for this important message.
Introducing Gear Websites, your all-in-one solution designed to make
No, that didn't work.
life easier.
Dang it.
Oh my God.
Anyway, I was going to ask, now that you got CCW in New Jersey, has there been any research on crime before and after?
Oh, crime has fallen. The Attorney General talked about how crime has dropped in New Jersey, but they won't say why. Oh, it's through policing, not the fact that we have fudge. How many? Was it 70,000? I think 70,000 applications or carry permits issued. Yeah, I think that's it.
I know you've said 70. It wasn't 170?
No.
Okay. So I think you've said 70 or 74 or something like that.
Something like that. It's killing me. Hold on. New Jersey issued this. Okay. Well, damn. Just give me a total, bro. Total of over 33,000 permits are in effect right now.
Because I would assume the way
I think
is that many people are out there, some amount of criminals are going to run into them, and things happen. Then the word gets out, hey, there's resistance, potentially lethal resistance to robberies and shit. And then you have to be like a real hardened criminal to want to continue to still rob people. And then at some point, those people who are consistent on robbing people are going to lose some gunfights at some point or go to jail or both.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would assume then crime goes down because I'm assuming, and this is why I'm asking, I guess, if my assumption's right, that the crime is driven by a relatively few bold criminals. Once they're either not alive anymore or taken off the streets in prison, the crime rates go down because the criminals that are left over are the, not the ones doing the violent stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is people hear about it and then they don't want to, get shot in the face.
Yeah.
After a few people get shot in the face and other people get caught and arrested, because like you said, only a few people are committing these violent crimes in the first place. And now you've taken, a certain percentage of them out, like either dead or in jail, and the others are going, all right, I'll go do something else because this isn't working out. And that's what happens. And I'm seeing different numbers on there, but I could have sworn because they don't make numbers disappear. So I'm thinking it's 70,000. Like they keep putting it, and I think that's why, because I'm looking at official New Jersey numbers, and these people are douchebags. That don't. It's like how was 1 year's 34,000 something in 2023, but then in 2024 it's 33,000. Well, you can get permits for 2 or 3 years. I forget which one. So then you should add those two numbers. It's like that's how that works. But we have higher number of people, significantly higher, over the 1,500 that were there statewide before. So there's a lot of people carrying legally, and crime has fallen, probably for a variety of reasons, but there are less unarmed victims. There are less unarmed people. But let's be truthful, most of these people don't carry every day, even if they have a permit, because there are such restrictions on where you can carry,
Yeah.
arbitrary ass restrictions that are illegal. That
And
that
people are
should,
gonna have like different opinions, right? Like I want to just carry on Friday nights, or I carry when I've got my payroll or something. Like I carry when I'm
yep,
coming back from the bank, or like whatever. Like I carry when I'm
I,
going home.
a bad neighborhood. If I'm going to a bad neighborhood, oh, why would you go to a bad? Because some people own properties, maybe rental properties, and they're going to go pick up their rent. So they are in a bad neighborhood with a pocket full of
Yeah, I
cash.
used to deliver for a long time when I was a kid, and I never knew
Mhm.
what neighborhood I was going to be as. It was like around town, so sometimes it was in the middle of nowhere. And it's not that it was a bad neighborhood, because there's just bad people.
Yeah.
And if somebody wanted to be a weirdo, and somebody called up and said, "Hey, somebody's going to come by your house and pick up some whatever," in this case, pick up money from you, then I figured there was the case of like just the weirdo who wants to like do something weird at you. And then the case of the person who wants to rob you because they figure, oh, you're walking around getting money from people, and it's 3 p.m. You've probably been doing this all day. So yeah, come by my house with a bunch of money. So I never knew where I was being sent. And like I say, I don't think, well, I mean, you could be going to the nicest part of town next to a police station, and that place could be getting robbed at the moment, and now you're walking into a burglary, and now you're walking into the worst robbers in town because they're robbing a place next to a police station. I always assume the worst like that, like you never know.
Oh, that is crazy. So I looked up how many people carry, and I ended up clicking on a New Jersey Monitor article, NewJerseyMonitor.com, and it's going into the carry permits, and they've been asking questions about the people that be denied. So as I'm scrolling through the article, I see a picture at the bottom in upcoming articles, and it's a picture of me. The lady did an interview with me, and it was just not what I was expecting. As I scrolled to the bottom of a page, right, of newspaper articles, to see pictures of yourself. So it's pretty cool. Uh, Minor flex, but
Mhm.
also pretty cool that I'm in this thing because her and I spoke for an hour about carry permits in New Jersey and the denials of blacks and what I do with 2A4E and how I try to introduce all people to this thing and hook them up, with this is
Well,
the
I was
range you can go to.
I was
Go
going to
ahead.
talk shit when you first started. Is that a liberal paper, a conservative paper, or middle paper?
I don't know because I
Okay.
mean it didn't make any difference to me what they were,
Well,
but it
because I was
seemed
going to say it's a win no matter what, honestly. Because even a right-leaning newspaper may ignore something that looks, out of the norm to them, and then a left-leaning one obviously is going to ignore anything guns. So I think it's a win both ways.
so
For each.
it's funny. I'm looking at it right because I read her article when she first put it out, and I sped read this one while we were on the thing. And it seems that she's at least freaking fair. And I don't know if that's right or left anymore. It just seems that she
It's
quoted
almost
Scott.
unique these days, but yeah, it doesn't matter necessarily mean one or the other anymore.
Yeah, and that's fine. All we need is fair. I don't need you to be. Look, it's great when you got someone pro gun. Let's not bullcrap. But I don't need you to be pro gun putting out propaganda. Put out facts. We can stand on facts. We don't need to lie. They do. So put facts out and be truthful and let us stand on our own. And that's not what some of the pro gun media throws stuff out this slant. And I'm like, you really don't have to do that. You're making me feel like an asshole if I'm quoting you and you've cherry picked data. Just give me the straight scoop and let me run with it because I know I love when people try to do this. I know we're on the right side of history when it comes to freedom. That's one of the more annoying things I hear, though, right side of history, as if history doesn't change over
Yeah,
time.
seriously.
But yeah, so I was reading it and it's pretty cool. And I still think I'll stand by my number of 70,000 people here. But it's funny because they're like, oh, the town with the highest number of carry permits, Tom's River with 745. I'm like, you said highest number, like I'm going to hear something. You know what I mean? Like, It's like, wait a minute. It's a pretty decent sized town. Oh, that's funny.
Seriously, that's not even like there's more left-handed people. There's more people that probably have one size shoe bigger than the other. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, that's not
it's
a lot.
it's it's a town with 100,000 people in it. 750 of them have carry permits,
There's definitely more people that like licorice.
like black licorice.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, yeah, exactly. The one that nobody likes. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, it's like night. It's good. It is good that people have carry permits. It's even better if people one took their responsibility seriously and took some classes or practiced on their own, because I don't believe you need to take classes uh to be proficient, but you should, it'll probably cut down on your learning curve and have you not learning things you have to unlearn later if you take a decent class. I don't think it's necessary, but I think it could cut down on the bull crap you end up teaching yourself. Um, I wish everybody would carry. There would be a lot less of everything. And also, hopefully, your maturity level will rise and your awareness goes up because you're carrying this thing. So now you're paying attention. That's the things I wish would happen. I know some people buy a gun, stick it in their pocket, and it's a talisman. It's a thing that makes the evil go away because I have this boomstick. And it's like, no, you don't. Where is it? When was the last time you cleaned it? Do you know how to run it with the lights out? Like, when it's dark out and you can't see into the chamber to make sure you chambered one. Do you know what that feels like or sounds like? Do you know what it feels like when you run empty on a mag on an AR? Like, do you know the different sound it makes when that happens? Can you clear a stoppage? When was the last time you lubed it? Like, do you know how to even maintain it for when you pull the trigger? Does it go back? That kind of thing. And I know everybody out there that has a carry permit isn't doing that. And I mean, it's not like I'm a genius because I know this. We're human. We're human, and some people it's a thing. It's like asking about lawnmower maintenance. But there
Well,
really is.
I think it's like I was gonna say it's like a fire extinguisher. A lot of
Hmm.
people are like, "Oh, a fire extinguisher? Yeah, I'm always around them." Like, "Oh, there's one over
Hmm.
there." Like, I might have one in my garage for sure. Could have one in your vehicle. Might have one in your kitchen. Maybe even by the barbecue in the back or someplace like the firewood or something. Maybe by the fireplace. You know what I mean? Like, kind of
Yep.
depending on how much they've actually. It kind of probably depends 100% on if they've ever had a fire before. People have never had a fire don't think about fire. People that have experienced a fire have precautions for fire so that they don't spread, right? So
Yep.
anyway, um, even people that have been in a fire, I suspect, because I don't know if any way to technically know this or not, but I just suspect that most people are like, "Oh, I got a fire extinguisher over there, therefore I know how to use a fire extinguisher." Some people might even go like, "Oh, I know how to use a fire extinguisher. You start at the bottom and go up." But just from because for whatever reasons I've had to sit through firefighting classes before, like entire days of firefighting classes. Guess what? There's like whole days worth of shit you can learn about firefighting. Like there's a lot going
Hmm.
on in there. And just like anything, you can learn about it or you can assume you know about it. And where are we at with fire extinguishers? I would say most people, like I say, are just like comfortable with like, I know I'm going to grab it and I'm going to fiddle with it because I've seen that happen in the movies. And then stuff's going to squirt out of it and the fire's going to go out. But you know what I mean? They don't put two and two together and go, and I'm going to know what I'm doing or I'm able to. Because the thing is, I guess the reason I'm using a fire extinguisher is because at least most of the time it's like a 5-pound fire extinguisher or less. So you're going to
Hmm.
get some squirts out of it and then it's done. Then it's just a big paperweight. So if you don't know what you're doing and you expect to learn with your fire extinguisher, you better have one of them big ass wall ones like in a school. It's like a 25 or 30-pound one so you can squirt it all day long or, go classroom to classroom like they're meant to do. But most home ones, most car ones are meant to be like, not real big so that they're not in the
Hmm.
way. And if you don't know what you're doing, you can waste the entire fire extinguisher in the parts of the fire that are never going to be put out by the fire
While
extinguisher.
figuring it out. Yeah,
Yeah.
we actually had that happen. um, car accident in front of the prison. Um, it all worked out crazy But pretty much it was car flipped over, someone stuck inside, smoke starts pouring from underneath, and we need a fire extinguisher right now. And so many different things came together that there was actually a tow truck there in the parking lot to jump someone's car, and he had a fire extinguisher on his tow truck. So when the cop that was at, and now understand there's a fence between work and the highway. So the thing had flipped over right by the fence, and the cop was like, "This thing is catching on fire. We need a fire extinguisher." My lieutenant was between me and the cop, and he goes, "We need a fire extinguisher right now." I turn around and say, "We need a fire extinguisher." And there's the tow truck guy pulling the fire extinguisher off the friggin' truck, like 3 steps away. I grab it, toss it over the fence to LT. LT gives it to the cop. Cop, excuse me, no, sergeant, not LT. And cop starts spraying the car down. And whatever was smoking that was creating the smoke, it was done. So he shut that down. But I'm like, that is crazy how that worked out. But the cop didn't have to figure out how to work a fire extinguisher. Just
Right.
imagine if you had to go and dig through your trunk to get that fire extinguisher. Now you're reading the pictures on the side. Like by the time you'd have got it, figured it out, that could have been a fire, and there was no room to play because the kid was wedged in there until the fire department was able to get him out, which was minutes away. Like we could hear the siren, but you don't know how long it's going to take that car to cook off.
No. And well, and
Or
that's like a horrible circumstance, right? Like a really dire circumstance. But I think most fires are going to consume costly amounts of stuff. Probably not life and limb all the time, but even in a, like, oh, everybody got out of the car, but now everybody's purses and bags are burning because, like you say, nobody was able to just put it out when it was still the cigarette or the ashtray on fire.
Mhm. I mean, it's
But
there.
yeah,
It's
that's what I
filled.
was getting at, other than like that's that thing that we just as people we're like, yeah, we've got the safety device nearby, like AEDs, another way, right? Like the things to
Mhm.
bring people back. Like there's only one time, like you can have a whole different things, like 4 different kinds of cardiac arrest, and one of them is when you use an AED. And I don't even know if it's the most common. I can't remember anymore. But basically, the things are not that useful. I mean, they're useful for those one times, and people that are overweight or in bad health or old, they're the kind of people that are going to have that type of heart attack. So it's not a bad idea to have them around if you can afford it. So like like in a school or like some kind of public building, totally appropriate. But like a regular person in the regular first aid kit, not if you have a healthy, normal age family. Like if you've got elderly people, then consider it. But anyway, an AED. So I'm not trying to say people need to buy an automatic defibrillator or whatever they're called. But all I'm
Mhm.
saying is that's one of those other things that, like, we've seen them in movies wrong all the time. Like it's almost never
Mhm.
right in the movies. And they're almost always like in an emergency room or something where the people are trained in their whatever weird procedure the hospital might have, they're emulating. But you know what I'm saying is that, again, people just assume they're going to rise to the level of what I need to do to be a superhero at the time. And I'm not saying it's wrong, because what the hell? I mean, we don't all have to be experts in every kind of an emergency all the time in order to just live, because obviously the world goes on and people do occasionally perform above their expectations once in a while. But I think realistically, there's just a lot of competent people out there, and there are tools distributed out there. So, like you said, somebody's there with a first aid kit or whatever, light or whatever, fire extinguisher, and then someone's there to grab it and use it competently.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing. We didn't get to tell that story until the public affairs office came around, because all of us, the fire got put out. My partner, myself, and the other guys, fire department showed up, so we all went back to work. We thought that was the end of it. Oh, no, that wasn't the end of it. Oh, they had to tell the story. It had to, go in our newsletter, and oh my god, I'm like, just go away. It's like, tell us what happened. They had us all sitting around the table, and we had to break it down in like order. Then this happened. Then this happened. I'm like, dude, we did that in like 15 minutes. That was 15 minutes of a day on a Monday, like 4 months ago. Can we go back to work now? Like they wanted to make a big deal about it. None of us wanted to have a big deal made about
Speaking of a big deal, let's try this again.
Welcome to 2A4E, the Second Amendment for Everyone Diversity Shoot, where we believe that the right to bear arms is for all Americans. Founded in 2015 by Tony Simon, our mission is to foster inclusivity and diversity in the firearms community. At 2A4E, we provide a safe and welcoming environment where everyone, regardless of background, can learn about responsible gun ownership and exercise their Second Amendment rights. Our events feature expert instruction, hands-on experience, and valuable resources to empower individuals with knowledge and confidence. Join us as we break barriers and build a community that celebrates diversity in the shooting sports. Whether you're a seasoned shooter or a curious newcomer, 2A4E is here for you. Don't just stand by. Be part of the change. Visit us at 2a4e.org to find an event near you and take
What?
the first step towards embracing your rights today.
Stupid robot. I did not. So I either didn't see that part or I definitely didn't write that part. But that one was better. The 2A4E thing didn't get all weird all the time on that one.
it. Yeah,
And
that
your websites when it kept morphing. And she kept looking off screen though. What's the point of looking off screen, robot? You know the words.
she was a horrible actress.
Yeah, come on. You can get a better one. Anyway, yeah, those are pretty neat. Those are, I think that robot cost me $8 a month. Well, that's like a suite of robots, and that's one of the robot things it can do. I've just been playing with. I forget what they call it, like a product demo, they call it.
Mm.
Anyway, I can put in a different product, a different person, and obviously different words, but different voices, I should say, for the words. So part of the fun is matching a voice with the human. I wonder if those are humans that like got videotaped and then they just took that, or if they literally, I wonder, or the AI probably just made those people. They don't probably exist.
I don't know, because I could see, maybe in the early years of this, they have humans that it's based on, and
Like how to
then
train it or whatever.
yeah, but it's like, hey, I'm an actress, but I can get what I can do. All right, we're gonna put these things on your face to read that.
Well, no, but they've
And
got a thing like I could take your picture, that picture you got on the screen right now for your thumbnail, and I could
Uh-huh.
feed it that, and it would animate you. So, it could be as simple as that. Like, I know
Oh,
what
okay.
you're saying, like back in the day when they made movies that way. But nowadays,
Yeah.
it's as simple as like you're saying, like, oh, I want to be out there. So, yeah, use me as an avatar. So feel free. Here's my face.
Yep. Yeah, because I'm figuring that's got to be a thing. Hey, I want to be famous anyway. Um, Doom. Here's the check. I mean, who knows, dude?
Yeah.
I think there's advantages and disadvantages to every technology, and we're gonna have to learn what this one is and take precautions. But you're always gonna be behind the curve because you had to have that diabolical son of a bitch do the messed up thing first, and then we're gonna have to pass laws about it because you can't think of everything. You can't think of the next whatever.
I don't know. I just
When we
wrote an article. I don't think it goes live for a little bit, but I just
Mhm.
wrote one about AI being guns because they're trying to ban AI, and that's the same as banning guns, in my opinion. And then I'm going to do the same thing with drones because they're trying to ban drones and because they can be militarized or whatever. Oh,
Mhm.
well, like good luck. And so bad guys are still going to have drones, dummies. Like you taking
Yeah.
the drones away from me doesn't stop bad guy from throwing drones across the border with drugs or hand grenades or whatever they're going to do. All it does is means that I can't effectively learn about them enough to do anything useful to counter them. It's stupid. It's just the same exact thing, taking away guns from people because of what bad guys do with them. And the same thing with AI. Like I said, I was listening to the conversations, and the thing is, it's so used nowadays. I don't know what to say. Like, it's so part of our culture or whatever. Like, people don't realize who else using it or what they're using it for. So
Mhm.
we talked about it, I think, last week, but maybe it was earlier today. I think it was last week, though. The horse and buggy and stuff.
Yep.
People complaining about that. Um, like this is, that's like complaining about the cars in 1950s. Like once the cars were already well established, like AI is well established. It's just that now there are no. At 1950, you didn't see any more horses. It was only cars by then. We haven't gotten to that point yet where it's like AI has saturated everything it's going to saturate, but um like I'm playing with it here in front of us, but the stuff that it can do, like when I'm thinking of like if I wanted to do some real work, like when I would build gun channels and have to do coding and stuff, uh what I can have it help me with, the learning curves are reduced, and the just amount of task work that you can have it do, that you don't have to hire somebody. Well, even right there, the girls that we were just using right there, what would that have
Mm-hmm.
cost us 10 years ago? We would have
Mm-hmm.
had to hire somebody, and then she would have had to go record that a bunch of times until she was happy with it, and then she would give us the final copy, and if we were happy with it, we could then use it. But it would have cost us something, if it was a friend, $25, if it was somebody in the industry, 250 maybe, and if it was some actress, 2,500, right? And then we would have been able to use it until it didn't work anymore because she said the wrong address and we had to chop that part off, or we'd use text on the screen. You can't use that on YouTube or something. So now that they have to chop it down and it looks funny and stuff. So nowadays with the AI, they just create a person out of nothing, and then, oh, you don't want the words there, let me just redo it without the words, no big deal. Another 15 minutes later you have it. Like that took 10 or 15 minutes to render each one of those, so they weren't like instant yet, but I mean, I'd say the final product was pretty darn good, considering I just whipped those together while we were in the show here. I've just been playing with that tool today.
Oh, that's crazy. So, yeah, I've been looking at different things to try to bring into the shoot, try to get these companies to donate, and hopefully, the new year we can get some stuff going on because I still do have, even though we didn't complete the paperwork, I still have my state and federal ID number for the charity. You know what I mean?
Oh, I didn't think about that. So you have to find another attorney. And when you
Account,
pick up
yeah,
the ammo, well, okay, but a person to help you with the technical aspect of that. Is
yeah.
that like you had a folder and you were given the folder, or you're starting from
I
zero?
I think we may be starting from zero.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Look. I mean, I went and saw, last weekend. I went picked up the ammo, and I'm talking to her about her husband. Now, understand, I'd never met her before. I only knew her husband. So I'm this perfect stranger that had a relationship with her husband. And it's messing me up because it sucks because this is this woman who's been through what I feel is a horrible tragedy of your husband being diagnosed and passing away in about a month with cancer. And as he's getting stuff together, he goes, "Make sure you get Tony the ammo for the diversity shoot." And I'm sitting here like, dude, talk about being, in my opinion, just being humbled. Like, holy crap. When the doctors tell you you have days to weeks to live, and you go, yeah, get something over to Tony. That blew my mind. And then to pick up the stuff and come here, it's still not. Yeah, what about the rest of the diversity shooting the paperwork? I really haven't really thought about it outside of, yeah, we got to get someone else, but I haven't thought deeper than that.
Yeah, I hear you. It's not like it's precedent or anything, or it takes
Well,
precedent or anything.
yeah, it doesn't take precedent. The fact that I'd waited 10 years before we even started the process in June, because that's when we started. All right, cool. I got the numbers. I got my guys who said they'll do it. I have all their information that we had to input. And Jack was like, "Hey, you got, a couple of more things you need to do." All right, cool. We'll get to them. Well, no, we won't. Now my thing is have enough funds. The one we started over, I'm just hitting the gas You know what I mean? Putting it to the floor and just going to the freaking checker flag. I just want to get behind it and get this done as quickly as possible. I don't want to delay it again once we get started back up because you see, tomorrow's not guaranteed, and I want it started in case something happens to me. I want 2A4E to either continue or to at least be more than, me, a collection of ammo and collection of swag gifts that my wife has to call people to get rid of. Like, come pick this stuff up and get it away from me. I have no use for it. And I think that's what popped in my head too as I'm talking to her, going, my wife will be doing this one day.
Yeah, I've thought about that a couple of times over the years because I've talked about it before. We've talked about the fact that this kind of like a cyclic community. There's a couple of people that stick around, really just a couple, because we've been around for a little while, but there's just a few people that have been around longer than a number of years. So the people that stick around are usually, for whatever reason, they stick around for a little while. But anyway, so most of us though kind of run it until we end. We run it till the end, and then it stops. And then, well, there hasn't honestly been enough of it to become a thing yet, to where we've figured out in general, not just in the gun community, but just in general, really, it hasn't been a thing yet that we've come up with. I don't know what to call it, like tactics or processes to close down the channel or to keep a channel going in propriety. And I think that there's something for that, like the same way that we have networks now and we have agents and different representatives. You could, for example, say to somebody, you could have a service that says, we'll manage your content for the rest of time. That'll be our thing, to be a company that keeps content going, and either they pay you or you pay them. I guess it would kind of depend on what's going on there. So in other words, if they figure they're going to make money off of your stuff for the rest of time, because that company is designed to last through generations, and that company, your content is going to be their property, so they're going to try to keep it fresh and everything. So they may pay you, and that might be an incentive for people to say, hey, I want my stuff to live forever. I want this company to have it because they're going to give me enough money to make my content even cooler today. And now, like, now I know where my content's going. So now that person kicks the bucket, or maybe 10 or 12 people kick the bucket, and this company owns these archives. And now in the future, somebody could come along and go, I want to be part of that company too. Now I also get access to the archives, and I can, clone these people or spoof off of it, take their, what do they say? Take their silicone versions, their silicone clones, and do stuff with them. You know what I mean? Like, do we sell them our property, period, or do we sell them our rights? But, either way, I could see the subsequent generations of folks coming along, and it'd be kind of like when you think of like the actors back in the day, except like if John Wayne, when he kicks the bucket, all of his movies can then be used. So now somebody's making a movie knows that because I'm working with Paramount or whoever, 21st Century Fox or something, then I get to use their archives. So I can, like I can clone a silicone John Wayne, bring him into the show, use them, have him say what I want, and then my stuff goes on. And now 2 generations later, somebody's going to be taking a clone of me and putting it in their show and boofing it or spoofing it or respecting it or whatever. But I could see something like that happens where, you're adding to, I don't know what to call that, like a network or an archive company.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, we have it now for movies. Like, who owns the movies? Who owns your rights?
Right, like writers will give their books to some company probably so that they can manage them. Because
at least
your kids aren't going to necessarily, your spouses for sure, but hardly, how many people's kids want to do what they wanted to do, even if it's something cool like running a YouTube channel or an online thing. Their kids might be like, hell that, you're constantly doing that. I hate the online because you're constantly never home because of it. So I want that thing to die. A lot of kids hate what their parents do. So yeah, like I say, that's something that'll probably, the thing is we don't have what is that called? The baby boomers don't touch the internet. They're scared of it. So, You know what I mean? Like when they're the ones who are the great die off is about to happen with them, where the industries, at the end of life industries are going to start to be massive. They don't have an online presence to speak of. It's their kids that are doing it. It's, I think, when our generation, or probably the millennials, because we're kind of a bump in this big scheme of things, when the millennials die off, they will have lived online. They will have had something, or you know what I mean, like 2 generations from now, that generation, when their millennial grandparents are dying off, they'll have something that turns their, essentially puts all their grandparents' shit onto a thumb drive. Oh, grandpa, all his shit's on that optical thumb drive over there. Like, oh no, the dog's chewing on grandpa's everything he's ever done.
All his work, everything he's ever done and been about. Yeah, the dog just chewed it. But yeah, who knows? Dude, the future is out there, and truth, human beings are still going to do human being things. So there'll be people exploiting it. There'll be people not taking advantage of what they have. It'll all be there.
Yeah.
It's just, what specifically will we do with it? No freaking clue.
Put down everything your grandparents have ever done in their entire lives. You don't have to eat carrots during this meal. Because that's the kind of arguments that'll be happening with little kids.
Oh, yeah. Dude, who knows? But that was a pretty cool AI.
Yeah, I'll send it over to you. It's like 1 minute, so it's a bit too long to be a short. I was just playing with it while we were chatting here, so I probably missed a section that said, like, how long it should be, or maybe I can reduce the amount of words or something. I just let it automate everything.
You can make it into a reel, and we can do it on X. So that gives me some content. I posted my thing about no kings today on X.
Oh, forgot about that. Though I didn't even hear about that till like yesterday, but there was supposed to be a bunch of shit to happen today, I guess.
Did
anything happen anywhere?
No clue. I didn't care about this. They were like, they were going to be protests out there with no kings, and I just wanted to draw a parallel. I'm like, no kings is being supported in New Jersey by some of the same people that continually try to push gun control. I'm like, the Second Amendment is our king repellent, and you're trying to get rid of it at the same time screaming no kings. I'm like, this is willful ignorance, by the way. Like, what do you call it? Cognitive dissonance, that you can't put the two things together you want and understand you're on the opposite sides of the argument. I want to get rid of firearms owned by regular people, and we don't want kings. Well, one of the things that scare the crap out of kings is people being able to resist them, armed resistance. You stand in traffic waving a sign, won't stop. I mean, hell, ask how Tiananmen Square worked out. Those were people with no ability to resist the tank. Well, he stopped the tank. Yeah, he didn't stop the people that came to his house, made him disappear. Most people don't know what happened to the one guy that stood in front of the tank. He disappeared in the middle of the night. His family got a bill for the bullet in the mail later. Never recovered the body.
I was going to say I've been reading Substack. So now Substack and Twitter, or whatever, X, are conflating on me, because Substack is not one or the other, and because I subscribe to people on both sides of the fence or whatever, I get feed from both sides, and I don't know how the algorithm works over there, but anyway, so I see some political, and the other thing is there's very rarely political stuff over there. It's mostly just people talking about writing and books and some news, but it's not necessarily super political news. It's a lot of times just like science kind of news or weather and shit like that. So anyway, so it's fairly light. But then X is not. X is super, at least for my logarithm or whatever, all I get is Trump and anti shit, but it's all Democrat. It's not anti-Democrat, but it's all political. So so I don't even hardly look at Twitter very often. And what I do with Twitter is I'll scroll to like click on you or Susan or other people I know that are trying to use Twitter. So I'll go through and click on people, and then I guess to some extent I'm guessing it's also training Twitter of like what I'm interested in. Because if I click on you, I'm like not clicking on the clickbait shit. Or thumbing it up. So I'm hoping that that's showing it, like quit showing me some of this shit. But I don't go to the level of trying to train it like by telling it I'm not interested in this, I'm not interested in this. Instead, I just don't care enough. So I don't.
I do the same, dude. I'm like, I don't care about this. You
I
can't get
scroll
me.
through because what I look at is kind of like a pulse of what's going on the far right, I would call it. I mean, I'm hoping it's the far right. I really don't know what the far right is, I guess. But it's definitely the righter side of shit. Now, if I look at my YouTube for shit like that, it's like Never Enough Ammo and people I know. So I don't know how far left they are, far left or right they are, but they are usually Sky is Falling, worrying about everything. And I can kind of get an idea of what the news of the day is by watching that. And on Twitter, it's usually angrier and more detailed, like because they can drop links and there's not a 30-minute video around it. It's straight to the point. Anyway, so I guess what I was saying is I'm not sure where I was reading this or seeing this, but I was saying that, going back to whatever we were just talking about, what were we just talking about?
Technology?
No, I thought it was something about crime, but it might have been something about tech. I thought it was something about crime. Anyway. Yeah, I just to explain
the crimes that would be committed using the new tech. At least that's what I was talking about. Yeah, like we don't know what that will be or how to solve that or fix that until after it happens.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like we know what it could be. Haha. Hi, Mom, send me some money. I'm over here in a Thailand jail.
Oh yeah, that can happen now already. Or like just. I'm stuck on the other side of town. It's crazy what they could when you really think about it. If somebody really wanted to screw with us, or now somebody wanted to put AI on it, like AI could come up with some pretty devious shit. I bet.
Yeah, it's like hey, I'm in this bus stop. Yeah, dude. So you never know what can come up. But I'm just trying to contact these companies in time for SHOT Shows to set up little meetings about what they can do. Also, I got
days. It's getting there. Like it's 100 days last time I looked. Now it's down to 93.
Yep. And I want to get the ticket now. It depends on where I'm flying out of. Because I got the green turtle now, the little tiny car. So the gas doesn't make a difference. Do I do a carry-on? Or do I get, a bag and pay for that? It's just all, it's like I'm already tired from SHOT Show.
I don't know. I've been hearing a bunch of people, I've heard some people are not going to SHOT, and some people are debating whether it's worth going to SHOT. So that's interesting. So, I mean, there's always a, whatever you want to call it, like difference at SHOT, because just money wise and interest wise, there's always different people showing up. But in general, there's waves of people, like always, and you never know when somebody decides to take a year off, if that's also them saying, I'm done with it and I'm not going to do it anymore. And once you stop going to SHOT, because it's possible to stay in the industry, because there's other shows and whatnot. Mm-hmm. But I still say SHOT because of the 5-day, because of the ordeal, I guess, because of the significance of it or the size of it or the scale of it, maybe. When you don't show up, when you do show up and you shake hands with somebody there, they understand because they put that much effort in being there that you get that weight for being there. Instead, like shaking hands with somebody as they come out their own door at their house, you might get some credit for like finding their house or something, but to them, it's like, I didn't, I'll just walk out of my house, big whoop. So, if you're both made a big effort to be somewhere and it's a pain in the ass and you're, or a lot of fun, both, you can go somewhere and have a lot of fun too. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of that. And I think you lose some of that. Now, again, I'm not saying you can't be successful and not go to SHOT. That obviously happens. But anyway, all I'm saying is because I've been going since 2005, I've definitely seen, a lot of like, oh, I'm going to quit going. And most of the time, obviously, it's like anything. You just don't say anything about it. You're just not there anymore. But the people that, when you ask them and they say they're not going, that's when it's like, dang it. Like we're seeing a change in the,
Well, I think
change in the class or change in the generation or something, or change in the role.
well, you've seen the increase. Well, one, this is one of those things that I spoke about. COVID changed things, and when companies didn't go to SHOT and they didn't see a severe business drop off at all, because remember, SIG and a lot of those companies, after that shot with COVID, a bunch of people were sick, and they pretty much had to shut down production for a little bit because so many people were sick from SHOT. And they were like, okay, we're not going next year. And they didn't see a huge drop. And then others started making their own shows or own events instead of going to SHOT because the amount of money savings they had, because they didn't go to SHOT for 2 years in a row. It was like SHOT doesn't have that same prestige anymore. And NSSF knows it.
Well, but no, they know that after this much time on the clock, they either know or this just happens because they're such a big, it's like a big giant boat going through the ice. So I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I'm also looking at it from this angle because think of the NRA show. It's been a contender. It's not the same, but it's a similar to all the other ones because all the other ones are just trying to be the NRA show. Really, they're not trying to be SHOT Show. None of them are trying to be an industry show. Some of them are adjacent to an industry show, but they really want to be a CCW show because that's what all the money's been. Nobody wants to be like a hunting show because those are almost going out of business. Nobody wants to be a anything specific. They want to just be CCW if anything specific, but they just want to be like a general NRA style, like just look at guns type of show. But anyway, that being said, we only have in reality the NRA one, USCCA, and now GOA. There's been, you could potentially say like Trigger Con and
Gun Con,
that kind of level is another contender, but because those are tiny compared to the small compared to the massive, you know what I mean? Like they're all in these pretty majorly different scales. Anyway, all I'm getting at is yes, it's definitely cheaper to not go to SHOT Show. And if you don't go to SHOT Show, which costs, I don't know, let's just say 30 grand nowadays or something. And it used to cost, it was always a significant amount, like as much as a car or something. So to go to SHOT Show is a investment. When you say that, you can definitely go to a few of the smaller ones, but what you find out is traveling still costs you money, and you still got to take a crew, even if it's a smaller crew. So there's, you're still paying 80% of what you paid to go to SHOT Show. So now you can go to this smaller show for a little bit less, but you're still paying something. And then what's your return? And these smaller shows are nice. And they're cool for the creators because we get to go get almost everything we need for nothing. Like we can walk in and get it. But what's the return on them? Like getting a bunch of people that are willing to go to these shows and talk about them, okay, a bunch of views on your YouTubes or whatever, even if that's a lot of sales compared to what sales you might get in a shop or whatever, it's just not the same as going to SHOT Show when there's 60,000 gun shops walking, people that work at gun shops and ranges and gun shops walking by. That's where SHOT Show is still SHOT Show. And everybody bitches like, you'll get people that are quote unquote SHOT Show veterans who've been media for a while. They're going as media and they're looking at it from media. They don't go as a gun shop and they don't care about gun shops. They certainly don't go as a range and they don't care about gun clubs or any of these other things. But people that are going for a specific reason, is they definitely don't think about, I don't know of any of them that think about military anymore. There's SMG Lee, Mil-Spec Monkey, and Military Moron were the only ones that really looked at it from the military angle. And that was, but anyway, so most of them are looking at it from my YouTube channel angle. And when you're looking at it from a gun shop angle, the gun shops know where to go hang out at SHOT Show. They're not going to the Colt booth. Like they don't need to go to the Colt booth. They're hanging out at the places where they need to. They're hanging out agents and friends who are pointing them in directions like, oh, this guy's got a kind of target that, has 40% markup at the shop or something. And it's been selling well for me. Like they know where they're going. And SHOT Show.
they're also not going to those. They're going to Lipsies. They're going to the distributors, and they're
Yeah,
talking to
RSR
those
and
guys.
shit. And that's what SHOT Show's for. And we ignore that shit because what is RSR? RSR's got like one Ruger in the booth, some guy who can sell it to you, but he can't talk to you as a YouTuber about it. And he has no interest in giving a shit about YouTubers walking in there. Like, you know, they
Nope.
don't ever work together. Yeah, like a lot of SHOT Show is unappreciated or unknown to the media. And that's where, like I say, the companies, they might pay $30,000, but that might mean their company makes 300,000 this year instead of 100,000 this year.
So yeah, because I only know about these things because I was told to go meet somebody, and that was their guy, and I actually missed their guy. But it's like, what can a distributor do for me, and what can I do for a distributor? And it's pretty much nothing. Not only as somebody that makes content on YouTube, but as a podcaster. Again, you don't buy pretty much directly from a distributor. You might learn about, I don't know, a Davidson's limited edition something that you can pick up because I'm at the Davidson's booth. But you're going to buy from your SFL. Your distributor doesn't sell directly to you, so I can't do anything for that, and they can't. I can't help them. So why would they help me? Hey, that's a great. That's a great thing you did with
They don't
2A40.
need promotion or whatever. Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
And it's not like some of them are making money, but from what I understand, they're not like the evil henchmen of the industry who are just Uncle Scrooge, I guess, hoarding money. Like they might make money and then they'll buy a huge warehouse. It's like if they make money, they make more money that they invested in the system typically.
Well, right now the industry's getting hit because the sales aren't. It's the whole Trump slump again. So sales aren't where they used to be because there's no one running around swinging the band hammer nationwide. You have, areas. You have crap we're going through. You have stuff Illinois going through, stuff, those same 5-6 states that always go through. Everybody else is having unprecedented freedoms. Even New Jersey is better than it's been in my adult life here with stuff because they're getting beat everywhere. So industry is actually cutting jobs and everything else. There's not this huge gang of money.
No, and what they are missing from SHOT Show, and I was looking at some of the seminars, and maybe I missed them. I didn't scrutinize them or study them or anything. But what I think we're losing out or missing out on is that gun owners who come in as they're afraid. They come in because they're concerned or something in reaction. They're coming in as a reaction for sure to something.
Mm-hmm.
And then we just are like, we got a new gun owner. And I forget where I heard it recently, but we assume they're like us. And that's a horrible assumption. Not like us at all. And the other thing is we assume that they're going to give a shit. And as a industry / community, and again, I can only blame the national level organizations because they're the only ones who could have done anything about this. We should have, again, not rested on the fear and the buying guns for defense. We should have done something like a welcome, like thanks for buying your first gun. And as you buy your second and third gun, here's some people you can get with. Like here's a national level club, a national level organization, here's a state level club, here's a area of interest club, maybe a regional club. You like shotguns, here's a shotgun club, like all these different options without overwhelming them. But some sort of a way using the AI or using just general marketing to go, hey, welcome to the community, and I hope you stick around, and if you do, there's a giant buffet of shit you can get into, and here's the people you can talk to, and it's almost all free. You can just go to the range and borrow shit until you decide to buy something, and then have fun pulling out your wallet and having fun like any other hobby. If we would have done that to all those new gun owners instead of what we end up doing, and I always bitch about this, is my whole bitch about 9mm, really, you bought a gun. Well, one, you bought it wrong or you bought it right, depending on which side of that stupid line you're on. But then we go, now what are you going to do to it? Now what? And right off the bat, and I'm not disagreeing, you have to have a holster, you have to have a cleaning kit, right? Probably going to get a light, might get an optic, probably going to get new sights for it, more magazines than that. if you're going to fiddle with your magazines with base plates or wells or something, right? Like, and that's just without even getting into stupid stuff, right? That's just normal stuff. And that's for every gun. So we get into that, and then it just becomes a race for their attention as a consumer and as a hobbyist. Because if they don't have something other than just that immediate fear or concern for that initial purchase, and they don't have anywhere to go with it or a range, and that's the other thing. We don't have ranges. We don't have gun shops. Not gun shops. Well, we don't have gun shops either, like we used to. We don't have gun shows is what I was looking for. And we don't have enough events. So the events that we have are sparse, one a month if we're lucky, not even one a month, one every couple of months really on the big calendar. And that's if somebody gets enough gumption to want to go to one of those big events, which are kind of a pain in the ass. Like they're actually all pain in the ass because of the parking and shit. You have to be dedicated. But gun shows, that was a whole nother thing, and then gun shows are so crazy. And then you could go, oh, I don't like this gun show. I'm gonna go to a different gun show next weekend. And now you start meeting people and everything I ever got into guns was from gun shows. Seriously, like, oh, there's a range over there. Shit, I went to that range and met people that were training. Like, what? That's a thing. Like, oh, and once you start training, you're like, what? There's other stuff. Like, what? And then you start going places, and then it all fed off of that culture that was festering, or was able to grow. I shouldn't say fester, like be able to grow in a gun show. And then you got the people that are going from town to town to show up at gun shows. So now you got like, hey, do you know about XYZ's happening in Minnesota? Yeah, because I go to, I set up in Minnesota. I also set up here. And anyway, small businesses thrive when you got gun shows. We just have lost a lot of that kind of stuff. And we haven't replaced it with anything online enough yet. And if we could have a whole different online if Gunbroker would have developed a different way. Do you remember when Gunbroker was going to be YouTube?
Mm-hmm. Oh, Gunbroker or?
Yeah, Gunbroker. I can't remember what year that was. It was in Vegas. It was probably 15 or 16-ish. It couldn't have been 17. I think that it probably was, it might have been 17. Anyway, so in that 15 to 17 era, once YouTube had got to YouTube didn't really get to SHOT Show until about 2015. Like 2013 is when the first couple of people were showing up, like bigger channels, and then talked about it. Like some of us would go to SHOT Show, but not really make a big deal about it because there was nothing, nobody else was going. So we didn't want to be dicks about it. We just talked about it, but we didn't it wasn't like, hey, did you go? Because no one was going. Like it was a real pain in the ass to get in. So then the first couple of YouTube channels, basically Nothing Fancy and whoever his friends were, started going. They couldn't shut up about it. So, hey, we're in SHOT Show and we're a big deal and blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And they ruined it. Like them first couple of people, just ruined it for SHOT Show as far as the companies getting really overblown ideas of what was going to happen when the YouTuber came to their booth.
Yeah, they hyped it up and then nothing came about.
Nothing happened. In fact, then they just didn't like us for a minute because some of us were just, there was only some of us that were subtle. There was military or Mil-Spec Monkey was a real pain in the ass, and Gun Blast was sort of a pain in the ass. Like they would shut down your booth to film, but people thought it was worth it because they knew who Gun Blast was. They knew who Mil-Spec Monkey was. And in their audiences, they were massive. Gun Blast had his own place and Mil-Spec was on the forums and shit. The other guys wouldn't shut down, like Military Moron and SMG Lee. Those were just friends with people, so they would just subtly go over in the corner and do stuff. So I would watch those guys and be like, that's the way I'm going to do it. And they were never on video. Like they didn't need to be on video. And I was like, I'm watching Mil-Spec Monkey being like, I'm holding a pocket knife by his waist, and he's like him and the guy, or he'd be looking at some pouch with the guy from Maxpedition. They're both standing in the whole booth, and you're looking at this pouch in one of their hands, and it's like, yeah, we know you're there. We want to see the pouch. Like we don't give a shit about the booth. Like maybe show us the booth at the beginning, but now we want to see the pouch. Where like SMG Lee and Military Moron, they never showed their faces at all. Like they didn't need to. There was all kinds of reasons, so they just. 100% of the screen was the gun, and that was my what I first started seeing online. So I was like, I'm going that way. Like I don't need to go the other way. That's stupid. So and then those guys weren't on YouTube or nothing. So that's how my style came from watching those guys. But anyway, I'm just getting into what the hell. SHOT Show over the years or whatever. When we were doing it, we were much more subtle, I guess is what I was saying. It wasn't until 15 when the bigger, the giant, when YouTube started getting big, the gun stuff on YouTube started getting big, and then those guys started going to SHOT Show. They were trying to outbig themselves basically, and that's when you saw the drama and shit. So yeah, they'd go to a booth, hype themselves up. This was before anybody was getting paid though. Oh wait, in 15 we were getting paid. Those guys were getting paid big money actually. So they would go to the booths and do stuff, but they were getting paid by YouTube. We were getting all getting paid by YouTube.
Oh yeah.
So we would go to the booths and be like, "We're a big deal," and the booths would go, "Well, we didn't do it. I didn't acting like I did it. I was just watching all this." But those guys would go to the booths and say, "We're a big deal," and then, not like you said, nothing happened. Well, it was no harm, no foul because nobody paid for nothing. The YouTuber made a bunch of views, so we got paid, and then people knew what SHOT Show was, and I guess that's good overall. And SHOT Show started to change. But what happened was for the next couple of years, they didn't want to have nothing to do with YouTubers because it was all a bunch of hype. So then what happened is the YouTubers figured out what was up. Basically, the agents from gaming came over and showed them what to do because gaming was already a thing and YouTube gun stuff. We were all dumbasses. So they came over and like became agents. And that's how you get the agencies and the networks and shit. So they started to get the YouTubers to figure out what was up. And that's when you start to see, okay, I want to do shit. What would this have been? 17, 18. Yeah, I guess at all matches. No, a little bit before 16. That's when you start to see we're worth, we're going to charge you $30,000 to make a video or to work, with us. And that escalated pretty quick. It started with tens of thousands of dollars per working with us. And then it turned into $30,000 per video. And that happened pretty quick. And that has happened more than once. But that first time it happened, it was a big deal. And those of us that weren't making $30,000 for working with somebody were like, what? What's happening? And then those people that paid the $30,000 were used to paying $30,000 for a magazine article and expecting what they get from a magazine article. And when they got something different than that, there was a complete blackout. You didn't see anybody working with YouTube for a long time, for a couple of years, I guess. And then it was free for all because now you had just so many different types of people showing up and so many marketing people now who like understood the ropes instead of like for a minute there, though, it was like a clash of like people who had high hopes for what the internet could do, but had no realistic understanding of what they should be paying for it. And like I say, that first clash there in like 17, 18, like there wasn't nothing fancy. I don't think I doubt he ever got paid for anything. He may have, I don't really know, but the people I know and people probably that it's come out on the forums and shit or whatever, I don't remember all their names, but like the famous $30,000 a video thing was only, everybody knows about that because it got leaked. Like whoever got the bill for 30,000 put it on the internet and was like, look how much this guy charges. And then somebody else had put it in their media kit or something. So then, so again, it just got put around. So anyway, for a while there, YouTubers really thought they were worth a lot. And that just killed the industry for a bit.
Yeah, because I mean, look, the influencers. Oh, by the way, did I tell the story that the head of the NRA asked me? He said, "Oh, you're one of those influencers." When he was talking about me doing the show from my podcast from the floor of NRA in one of their booths, they gave me a booth. He called me an influencer. I looked at him like, this dude just called me the I word. But food influencers doing that now, trying to tell restaurants if you pay us $3,000, I'll do a food review and video it. And it's like you've lost your cotton picking mind, and that's what's really happened with that. And now you have people like me showing up at NRA, not NRA, at SHOT Show, doing booth interviews and not trying to take up any room. And dude, it's a lot of things. It's like I'm trying to do this thing, but I'm not trying to be a pain in the ass while I do this thing. I don't have any. What is it? I don't think I'm something I'm not. Like I know I do various podcasts. Like this is what the third one this week, and I feel blessed to be able to do it. But I don't see myself as an influencer. uh, because this should just be I mean, we're all regular damn people, dude. Nobody's anything.
I think of the influencer as the chick who is like doing stuff and then talking about what she's wearing while she's doing it, or the person who's doing something and then talking about the things they're using. Like, I guess you could kind of say it when we're like going camping or something, and then like, oh, I'm using this Starlink or whatever.
Yeah,
Even though I don't know how much influence it is, I think of it more of just reviews because there's not like a massive following. But if I had a 30,000 view following because I was doing something spectacular while I was camping and started saying I'm using a Starlink, because you make like $5 or something every time somebody buys a Starlink type of thing, like then I would, that's when you fall into that influencer. But I think, yeah, you have to have some amount of audience giving a shit about what you're doing. And then to be useful as an influencer or like be, make money doing it, you need to have influence where enough people are hearing you say it that 10% or 5% or some percent literally follow through and buy the thing you just talked about. And that
yeah.
just happens when you get to like, I don't know what the number is, probably 10,000 maybe, like you think,
Well,
you say like, look at how cool this t-shirt is in front of 10,000 people, like probably 10 of them are going to go buy it. Like out of 10,000 people, it's probably just going to happen. So, and with 1 million, it's probably more like, if you say how great this t-shirt is, like 30,000 t-shirts are going to get sold or something. Like it's just going to, and then if it's a good t-shirt, maybe 70,000 t-shirts get sold.
so with what I do, I'm like, hey, give me this thing, give us a little bit of money so we can run this thing or go to different events or, pay for this thing. And I'll put your guns in people's hands and your gun sells itself instead of somebody's looking at it on the freaking screen. It's like, this is actually something that can move. Because really sending your firearm to either Vet Bro McGillicuddy or Big Boob McGee, neither one of those, both of those people are just going to sell that firearm after they do the review anyway on Gunbroker.
Or it
Like,
goes in their pile, like, you get like a giant safe full of shit, and then
mhm.
it's like fodder for the next review that's either paying them or not, to go, because I got to go, this is my favorite every time. So now
Every time,
your
every
your
time.
your one from 2 years ago is the shit one that now their new one is their favorite.
Yeah, which, and I'm like, don't you see through? Nope. Okay. And everybody doesn't see through that until a certain point, and then they like, oh my god, that person I used to love watching, I can't stand anymore because I finally figured out, every gun is their favorite gun. I never see this again, even after it's their favorite gun. I
Mhm.
think my favorite is goofing on Coleon Noir, even though again I've met him in person, we know each other when we see each other. But I still laugh, going, bro, I've been following you since the very beginning. Like since you were doing 3-gun with your AK-47 or running competitions with your AK-47 and your 40 cal pistol, and to see you now, you drive a G wagon and you carry higher end guns, but you just told me your favorite gun was a Ruger Max 9. No, it's not. Like, no, it's not. And it's like, and I get what you're doing. I mean, you're doing an ad, and hopefully people can see that. But yeah, no, Coleon's favorite pistol isn't a Ruger, isn't a polymer Ruger pistol. Like, watch his stuff, and you can see what he really likes. And I'm not gonna pull his name out because a lot of people know it. And I don't think they're being disingenuous. I think they're being what they are, which is salespeople. And it's up to you to know the difference. Also, I like doing stuff on new stuff. I like seeing it. It's still fun for me seeing the new stuff, but I'm not taken in by it. I mean, I looked at the P320 and did not like it from the beginning for how it's shot because I've handled it. I don't like Springfield XDs because I don't like the way they feel. They're just really slick guns with a whole bunch of design on it that's not helping, keep the gun in my hand, but it's got all this crap on it, this design. I'm like, eh. So those are like the two handguns that you won't hear me going, oh my goodness, you should try this. This is the best thing ever. But on the flip side, what is it? The Echelon? impressive. Springfield Echelon is very impressive for what it is, for the price you pay, and for the number of features you get on that firearm. And it's kind of an expensive firearm compared to other stuff, but I still think it's decent. Um, Prodigy, I don't know. Like a lot of stuff, I want to see the new stuff, and I want to see what you make a big deal about and what you can leave alone. And I'll be honest about it, and I have been honest about it on every show I've been on. I'm not going to be that dude that sells out for a few shekels. I'll sell out for a lot of shekels, but I'm not selling out for a few shekels. I'm a whore, but I'm more like a high price escort. I'm not a lot lizard. And nobody's met my price, by the way. And it's pretty high. But I tell you something that doesn't cost a lot of money that I am excited about only because of the place they are in the market is High Point with their series of ARs that they're coming out with. Because Delton and Anderson are gone, and High Point should be stepping into that role as the entry level AR-15 company that's just putting out a mil spec gun that works. So I'm excited that they're there, and I hope High Point's next move is to get in some kind of military pistol clone, like a Glock clone, M9 Beretta clone, something like that. I think that would be a smart next move for them. But that's just my opinion about where a company like High Point should go. I don't feel anything's wrong with the pistols they make now. If you want a $125 pistol and that's all the money you have, or you want to get that, 10 millimeter cabin pistol that you can just leave in that rental property locked up somewhere, that nobody knows is there, but now you got something that's good against brown bear, wild animals, and two-legged animals, and you're not going to miss it because it didn't cost you over $150 to have the gun sitting there. I think that's great. And I think their pistol caliber carbines are awesome. And I think a 10 millimeter stoked up because they can take plus P pressure with a 16-inch barrel, especially in the bullpup design, gives you something potent around 700 foot-pounds that can really be good for hunting or stopping bad guys. And now to have an AR and then have like a military like modern handgun, I think those are some good things. Cool. Woods came up with a question.
Should the new, so we're getting close to the 4 hours, so I figured let's put a last round of cues out there. So Woods came up with, should new bolt guns come with iron sights? Seems like none do. I get why none do. I personally like them. So as long as they've got, some dovetail slots on them, I'm okay. But I can also see the same kind of, I would call it the Glock theory, like put on a basic set, because almost everyone immediately is going to change sights on most guns. Unless you buy a gun with really fancy sights, and then you're going to have to deal with it. Like you're too cheap to take off those fancy sights like most people would, right? Like you're going to then adjust yourself. And personally, I've growing up like that, where every gun basically had a different set of sights on it almost. A lot of reasons, but no, there just wasn't a lot of sights back then. Gunsmiths pretty much had to change the sights out, and because it wasn't the style of the time, everyone just dealt with different sights on every gun you picked up almost. Now that you can go buy XS sights for all your guns, or I don't even know all the names. It's the only name of sight company I know, but whatever the other sight companies are out there, you can buy them for all your guns. Now people are kind of used to having a consistent sight picture on all their guns. And I could see that, if it's one of those things that's easy enough to change. But then I think it's also, I want my sight to be quick acquire for bowling pin shooting or something. And I want mine to be very high precision for distance shooting on the same gun platform, right? So people are going to want different things out of their guns. So anyway, I could totally see the idea of not even putting them on there, just give you the machining. It's like Wood says, I guess just to keep labbing. I can also see the cost savings of not even bothering, just maybe drilling some holes or not even, because almost everybody these days on a bolt action is putting an optic on there. It's not like the old days where an optic was an expensive option. It's kind of a given at this point, isn't it?
Well, one, the quality of optics has gone up and the price of optics has come down significantly. That a $500 bolt action having a $500 optic is like a potent ass gun, which that was not the case 10 years ago. Was the case 5 years ago with the optic. You still had a decent gun like a Savage Axis or a Ruger American, but the optic was the thing that was not that great. A 3 to 9, yada yada, something that kind of sucked. And now it's a lot better. So I understand why they don't have it on there, because most people won't use it and they're gonna smack a sight on it. Kind of having optics on a friggin' bolt action is something that was what, 60s? Like is the latest. Like after they started, because a lot of World War II surplus, like the Mausers and the 1903 Springfields had sights, and then they'd add a scope to it and put a scope mount and do all that crazy stuff. But then when they started coming out, I mean, I don't remember sight. I mean, we'd have to look, but I don't remember a lot of sights being on like Remington 700s and things like that growing up.
No, that's a good point. I had a lot of milsurps, so
Yeah,
they would have them. But you're right, like a hunting rifle. Yeah, a lot of times they, especially if it was designed, built, purpose built to be a hunting rifle, they want to keep weight off of it, and they know nobody's shooting that way.
yeah, very few iron sights. I think it's cool. CZ is one of the companies that make a lot of stuff with iron sights. Then they got a crap load of bolt actions that most people aren't aware that CZ carries that stuff. Um, but it is what it is, man. Things change up, and I like the idea of having a one-stop gun that's ready to go. But again, there's enough surplus stuff out there. Like I said, I got the Mosins. I don't consider that a modern rifle, but it can work. I mean, I've shot small groups with it and I've competed with it. I haven't shot it under any kind of crazy self-defense stuff, but who the hell does? Yeah, CZ 600 series. I think that's the name of 600 series rifles. And nope, nobody. Like they have a whole. Oh, wait a minute. They do. The CZ 600 Lux has fixed sights on it. Yeah, like a Mauser type sights. Because I have the 22 version of it, and the sights are freaking sweet on the Lux. I have the Ultra Lux.
As we start to wrap it up, I'm gonna throw this link out there. This is what I made those videos with before. It's a thing called Galaxy AI, and it's a pretty good deal. It's something like right now it's on in October. I think for the month of October, still they have a special for like $8 a month if you buy it by the year. So whatever that comes out to, and that gives you access to a bunch of different AI clients. So it's like they buy shared access to big AIs, and then you buy access to them, and they have a bunch of like kind of WYSIWYG packages. I could show people, but it's pretty easy to get like tasks accomplished in there. If you want to make a video out of text, you can just click a button basically, and it takes you to that. If you want to make a picture into a video, there's a way to take 2 pictures and make the people kiss. So instead of having to write all that, there's like a button. So like some of the things that people would use AI for, or some of the trending stuff, it's got like, it's a package, I guess you could say, or it's like a suite of those kind of little elements or whatever you call them. And it all in the back end uses the big standard AIs that we all use. But instead of having to figure out how to use the big AIs, they have all these like little easy to use interfaces. It's pretty clever. So anyway, I started using it for the songs. Like if you ever listen to Clover, his channel, he does it more often than I do anymore. But whenever I first got that AI package or whatever, one of the things I clicked on was making, text into songs, and you could type in like, make like a rap song about, a pug fighting robots, and it would do that. And then you could say, make it more like NWA or less like this or something. And that's the kind of like little WYSIWYGs. I call them what you see is what you get, like little buttons that you can click on and get straight to you can click on video, and then it gives you like a suite of like 12 different things. Like, and I was playing with the one that was like product, what did I call it? Like product demo or something. So basically it's like, okay, give me a product. And I gave it our logos. And then it made the text somehow out of our logos. It was pretty crazy. But then it said, choose the girl, choose the voice, click enter. And then, it popped out with those things.
I'm just laughing at the fact that you just pulled pugs fighting robots out of your head. I'm like, yo, your NyQuil fucking dreams must be fucking stupendous.
I pretty much always ask it because I figure, what am I also going to do? So I figure I always have it make my pug do stuff. And whenever I ask the robots to do stuff, or if I'm testing out what the image is going to look like or what the video is going to do, if I need a thumbnail, it's going to be my pug doing something. So that's why it's not like a far reach. In other words, I wasn't like, it was in my realm or whatever.
I'm like, holy crap! I can't think of that.
But then the fighting robots and shit is probably from our thumbnails, because we usually I try to do, have us doing something interesting, or you and the pug doing something interesting for the thumbnails for this show.
Yeah, it's always fun. I like it. I'm like, you do more with me than I do with me. I really need to get some AI stuff to do stuff.
That's why I figured I'd throw it out there, because I'm often using that Galaxy AI, it's called. Like I say, I guess the easiest thing to call it is a suite. Like you buy it for $8 a month or whatever, and then once you log into it, you can do stuff, and you don't really even know what AI it's using. But there's something like all the major ones you ever heard of it has I'd call it like a bulk account or something. So you can use all the different AIs. But again, using an AI is sort of like using a computer. Big whoop. Like, unless you know what to do, having access to it isn't that much. Like, I enjoy having access to some of my AIs, but I'm not that much of a nerd where I know how to do everything. So this Galaxy, like I say, if I wanted to make a product demo, I wouldn't know what to do to set it all up. But in there, I just go, here's the product. Here's the, I choose the girl from the list. I guess I could choose a guy. And then here's the voice I wanted to use. So in other words, you can make it, all different kinds of accents, I guess, and different young and old, and what am I trying to say? All the different stuff that makes accents different, slower, faster talker, and that kind of stuff. And then basically you just picked all that stuff from a list, though, drop down, and then click enter once you've picked the combination you want. And then it, like I say, it took about 10 minutes or whatever, but it pops out the little 30-second video, or I guess 1 minute video when it was done. But there's so many of these little plug-in button things, is I just entertain myself sometimes by going in there and, clicking them and seeing what they do. I've never done the one where, like I say, it takes 2 pictures and makes them kiss. But you can imagine, like, that's probably super funny on like live shows or for people's Twitters or something, to just take like Putin and Trump or something and make them kiss or whatever. The thing that I was just using, actually, when I went to pick the voices, like the first voices are like Trump and Pelosi, and like, it's a bunch of political people. So it's that kind of robots. I just chose, random English voice or something.
I like that better. I don't like politics. I don't even want to be involved in political stuff. I just want to shoot guns and hang out with my friends. You son of a bitches. You know what I mean? Like, them banning stuff got me involved in this. I don't want to be in this. I think it's great hosting diversity shoots and meeting people. And the next one will be November 6th at Recoil Range in Monroe, New Jersey. Go to diversityshoot.com. You can click on the link to Eventbrite and buy your ticket today. But I enjoy doing that. But if everything became legal in Jersey, right? We had constitutional carry and they got rid of the NFA. Knowing this and doing this now, I would still do it. And Diversity Shoot would just be a great all around intro into firearms for new people. if people wanted to dip their toe in the stuff. I would love it because my mission doesn't change, regardless of who's president, who's governor. Our mission is to introduce people to this human right of self-defense and help guide them. Hey, look, this is a decent range to go to. This they have this. My guys, most of my volunteers aren't professional firearms instructors, but there are a couple that are, and you can go check them out. Or they run gun stores, and you can go check out their gun store and see what they have in. Like we do a lot more things than just have a dry ass conversation about the Second Amendment. We also have fun at our events. Um, Pizza, cool raffles, and we started integrating a little shooting competition at the end, just fun. Who can, get the highest score by shooting one shot on the target at 25 yards with a handgun? And we had ladies shooting, and not one missed the target at 25 yards. The high score was a 9. You had like 3 sevens, a 9, and a couple ladies that hit low on the paper with like a 5 or almost missed the target. They're still on the paper, but they didn't hit the scoring ring. But no one missed, and many of these people had just picked up a gun for the first time that night. And that's some great stuff that gives people a positive feeling about firearms. And because my guys are from every background, sadly, a couple of the ladies that volunteered for us have gone on and done other things, including run other events. So they're not there every time, but we have ladies at our events too. And we're just trying to grow the community. So if you want to support us, the link's in somewhere in the comments, and you can go to diversityshoot.com and see us. You can go to Simon Says Train on Facebook, or the Second is for Everyone on Facebook, Second for Everyone on X, or Simon Says Train on IG. I really have to look and see what it's going to cost me, or how do I change them all to one thing. But those are the ways you can reach me online. And drop by, say hi. And again, donations are great. We also have a Patreon. So the Second is for Everyone is on Patreon. I also have a new podcast we do called Cocked, Locked, and Unfiltered. We have a lot of fun with that one because it's me, my friend Clayton, and my friend Chris. And we bring in guests, or we just talk about anything. Last week's show was about National Guard and various things, but about the constitutionality, not like legal speak, but just regular dudes talking about what good and what bad can come out of having the National Guard back up law enforcement. And we even threw some historical stuff out there, what they did before and how they got us to where we are now with the civil rights and everything else. So I do some cool stuff, and I have cool friends that talk about cool stuff. And if you want to follow me, please do.
Right on. Yeah, let's start wrapping it up. We hit the 4-hour mark there.
Yep.
I was just going to say that Faust is out there joining us. Thanks. And he hosts a show on the overnight Saturday night. So tonight will be number 49 overnight. So late night. Before that, Brooke Cheney hosts the Mental Health Matters show on Saturdays, which is because we're not allowed to use the S word, as people have to say. If you say suicide on YouTube, they will mess with your ratings. So I don't have ratings, so I don't mind saying it. But when you say it, I guess the robots still haven't figured out the difference between saying it in a like clinical way versus saying it in a like I'm reaching out for help type of way, I guess. So they've made her change the name of what it is, but the focus of the show is really to address the fact that 2 out of 3 deaths with a firearm are suicide, and those get lumped in with the violence and or I guess I'm trying to say or overlooked completely, which is unfortunate because it's one, it is something that we could address, and 2, it's something that it's one of the many things if we address it proactively, we're better off, just period, right? For obvious reasons in lots of different ways. So it's there's some national level efforts that are addressing the situation, but Brooke has a show every week dedicated to it. And not as though it's a lecture, it's more of a get together with that focus. And then in different creative ways, she just maintains a consistent awareness of it. And just like anything, that can be easy some weeks, and it can be, I'm sure, very difficult other weeks. And there's a growing group of people that participate, and That's the best we can get. That's what what do they call it? Grassroots is. Things swelling from individuals to a group to a growing group to eventually tradition and something that we do in the community. So taking a day out of the week to talk about the concept that we can have a broken arm and nobody flinches. We can talk about getting poked in the eye, got a piece of brass hit me in the boob, or any kind of intimate thing we want to talk about. We pretty much will talk about it these days. When you start talking about your brain, though, what's going on with your mental health, we still have not we haven't figured out a way to talk about that well. And once we've achieved that, we've succeeded for our community and for everybody else, because we can lead the way once we're comfortable and able to talk about those kind of issues. As a community, we're going to be doing that as people, which means other people are going to see us and we'll be leading the way. No other area of the United States culture or community has this much issue. I guess you could say law enforcement and military do, but they have some other issues as well. So I don't know if it's their number one issue. For us, it's 2 out of 3 deaths with a firearm. And since we get associated with every single death from a firearm, like, we have an intimate relationship with this situation, and it's our lack of ability to deal with it, which is, I'm not faulting us. It's just the realities. We never had to deal with it, and we never were forced to, and we aren't being forced to now. So it's something that we haven't done. But because of that, there's a way to exploit us. And that's frustrating, since with some effort, with some awareness, we can remove this rift or this vector that they can use to exploit us. So I give Brooke as much credit as I can, because it's not just a show. She's definitely not doing it for ratings. It's not just because she's trying to do something online and, she deserves our support because she's doing it. No, this is an effort to change the window. And, this, even though a drip filling up a vessel doesn't accomplish, it doesn't happen immediately, being part of that is of worth. So I do appreciate the people that show up to that, and I appreciate people that stick around for me to express this. Every time I get to say, it's just like Tony, when he's talking about his projects, he's able to say it better and better as you say it often and whatever. I only get once in a while to talk about this stuff, or I only take the opportunity once in a while to talk about this. But what Brooke does is one of the more impressive and most important things, in my opinion, that gets done on the YouTubes each week. There's certainly neat things that happen and useful things that happen, but Brooke is hopefully gonna, get the momentum and become a thing that actually can change some stuff. That being said, thanks everybody for watching, for sticking around for another 4 hours. Thanks to Tony for taking the time out of the week. You're allowed to go over to his Patreon and drop a couple of bucks. I guess ours is saying our Patreon here, but if I flipped it over, one of these will be Tony's. So if I had it on the right one, there's the diversity shoot. You can get to it from there. But support Tony and his efforts. Let's also end it with the support for Maj. It's getting to be the last number of days, like 15 something days, not even 12 days left for his effort to purchase a building in Philadelphia. So go check that out on Give Send Go, or check out the Black Guns Matter or the Solutionary University on YouTube.
Shit. Ninja? Ninja! Ninja!